quick recap as the crew of the Tenshi, both alternate timeline and prime timeline crew members, made their way and journeyed to the Guardian of Forever, where the Guardian of Forever opened up a series of portals to points in time where they could potentially fix what they did or change things further. And with that, we will start the scene off. And I am just scrolling through. There's no Tholians.
Oh no,
We start the scene off on Deep Space 17. As one of, I'm going to roll a random number based on the player characters on the list to see which one arrives first. Doctor, as you step through the portal following the captain, you find yourself in a corridor on an old, in an era where you are not familiar with, at least seen in reference of history books. And as you stop and you look around and you notice people staring at you strangely, wearing uniforms that not of your own.
Hello there. Just a costume party today, right? Yeah.
Excuse me, who are you?
Who's asking?
A random crew member who walks up to you wearing a red shirt.
A red shirt. Hi there. I'm good to meet you. Can I see which station this is?
It's just a corridor. You're not sure where
Okay.
exactly you're at.
Hi. How are you today?
Doing fine, sir. Can I help you with something?
No, I was just going through the hallway.
Sir, this is a
And you?
restricted area.
Did
All,
I make a wrong turn? I'm sorry.
all civilians are supposed to be in the main habitation area. What's your name, sir?
Hi, I'm Doug. Nice to meet you.
Doug. Do you have a last name, sir?
Yes, Doug Johnson.
Doug Johnson.
Yeah, I go by, yeah, sometimes. Anyway, you said the habitation ring was that way. I point.
One second. That. Let's see if he noticed something, and he doesn't.
it could have been Clive Peterson.
Sir, I would remind you this is a off limit sections for civilians. Go to the
I'm
turbo lift
sorry.
and then head to the habitation area.
Oh, certainly. Thank you. And I start walking. And does he say something, or do I find a turbo lift?
He escorts you to a turbo lift.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. All right. You have a good day. What was your name again?
Crewman Yates, sir.
Crewman Yates. Nice to meet you.
You have a good day, sir.
All right. Great. You too. Thank you very much. I could have wanted here for hours. And I hit the turbo lift to go to the main deck. As the habitation deck, where he said. Interesting. So what do I notice about this place?
This is Deep Space. Give me Insight plus Con difficulty of 2.
This is deep space. I'm gonna make you roll for that.
Yeah, yeah. Somewhere in, you know, the outer
Somewhere in the
reaches of
Federation. Insight what?
Insight Con difficulty of 2.
Insight con. Oh gosh. All right. I probably do not have any focuses, so that's good. That helps. Do we have any momentum?
No.
Guess
You're
I'm just gonna roll.
It's the first roll of the game.
All right.
You know you're on a
Mm,
starbase of some sort.
Great. All right. I'm going to. Is there any place I can find that has a change of clothing or something that the civilians are wearing? I just want to get out of this uniform for now. Other shops or anything like that.
Um, if you go to looking at essentially
The Rolodex, the map,
yeah, give me
hanging map.
insight insight or reason con difficulty of 1.
Same thing.
Okay.
Result.
Between deck 36 and 52 is the terrestrial enclosure of the station, where most of the civilians are essentially live at, including, you know, several civilian shops and visitor accommodations.
Great. I'll check on the check to see if I can find. Well, I make a note of the floor that I landed on, where the security area was, just in case I have to go back. And then I'm gonna go see if I can find a shop or a replicator or something.
You landed on deck 74, which is the maintenance facility areas.
Okay. Do I
And
see any replicators or anything?
no, you don't see any replicators.
Hmm. Poorly stocked. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can find a shop or requisition some clothing.
You enter the terrestrial closure. It's a nice terrestrial closure. It has several, you know, buildings. Almost looks like a small, you know, dome-like city. As you start
Oh, it's
walking,
pretty.
you wander for a bit, and eventually you find a clothing store.
Okay. Well, are there anybody? Is anybody in this
The
store?
Yes, there is a human female.
Okay. I'll go up to them. Hi,
Yes.
good day.
Good day to you, sir. How can I help you?
I'm looking for some casual clothing. Um, feeling a little overdressed.
Understood. Wasn't where we got any transport vessels that arrived today, but I do have
Of course.
something that could fit you.
Oh, great.
he walks you over to the men's section and to where you can freely browse for clothing.
I will do so. I'm gonna overall keep an eye out for any face that I recognize, especially Bajoran or my crew.
You haven't noticed anyone so far.
I assume so. I was just making that a standing observation. Great. So yeah, I find something that's nondescript. Um, I wonder something that could hide my sash, so I could keep it on at the same time.
Most stuff is fairly casual. You would find it difficult to hide the sash.
Difficult or not difficult?
Difficult
Can
to hide it.
or supersized or whatever. Okay, well, I'll leave the sash on anyway. But I will put my comm badge inside my clothing.
Uh, Sir, how do you tend to um, pay for this?
Just put it on a Federation bill.
Under what name?
Um, Doug Johnson.
Do you have your ID number?
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't have it on me. I'm feeling kind of off today. Do you know ever have one of those days where you don't really know what you're doing or where you're going? Yeah, it's kind of one of those days. Can I perhaps persuade them to overlook this thing or just bill me and I'll deal with it later, kind of thing? I do have
Presence,
a bit of
com-
focus.
presence command opposed.
Okay. I really should have taken those command programs a little longer. All right. I never gained any momentum, but I do have a focus. All right. I'm going to do my best.
Gain 2 momentum. Um, just come back with the card, okay?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I just slipped my mind.
She then logs it in the computer. Doug Johnson.
Great. Thank you. Really, you're a lifesaver. Thank you. What was your name again?
Janet.
Janet. You're a lifesaver, Janet. All right. You have a great day.
You too, Doug.
Thanks. I screwed out. All right. So I'm going to basically find a area where I can see the most people and just kind of
Um, you're in
look.
the threshold closer is where the most of the people are going to be found
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. So I'm going to make myself kind of, for now, I'm just going to wait and hope I can find one of my friends. And then when I start getting hungry, I'll have to do something else.
at. You wander around for a bit and you don't see anybody, and it's getting rather late in the evening.
Can I get some information about like what year it is, where I'm at, that kind of stuff while I'm wandering around?
Insight con difficulty of 1.
Can I use a momentum this time? I really want to know. Oh, voilà.
3 momentum generated. It is in the year 2272.
Really?
Stardate 7257.4.
7272.4?
7257.4.
57. Sorry. Wow. And what do I know about this time frame?
Um, it was a time when the Federation was still going into a state of expansion. Um, 5-year missions were increased during this point in time. Uh, Kirk was recently promoted to admiral.
Hmm. So, according to the story that I remember that Commander Solon was talking about, um, what approximately there was like since GM, I wasn't actually here that session when you went through a different time zone with the OA team. I don't remember exactly the time frame that the ship went to Bajor too early or something. Does it seem like it's this time frame ish?
I'll answer that for a momentum.
Okay.
Um, Bajor is not really known a whole lot just yet.
Okay. That's
Um,
good.
but as far as you're concerned, the the venture from your recalling did not go to Bajor until the 2290s.
Okay. So this is well before then.
Yes.
Interesting. Thank you, Guardian of Forever. He mumbles. Um, great. So, do it look like let's see. Does it look like there's any way I could find accommodations? Perhaps isn't there like a building or administrative office for that?
There is.
All right. Well, I'll go there then. Does it look like there's any other places I could stay? I mean, I'm not really sure. I didn't really bring any cred sticks or whatnot. Hmm.
There are civilian accommodations within the terrestrial enclosure. Rest of
Okay.
crew
Well, I think
quarters are for officers and their families only.
understood. Yikes. Okay. Let's see if I can remember my survival training. Let's see. Need to minimize my contacts, so don't use my name. He's kind of mumbling to himself as he's going to that administrative office for civilians.
Okay.
See if I can find some way to get a place to relax, catch up a little bit with the times.
Welcome to the end of tomorrow. What can I do for you?
The end of tomorrow? Excuse me? How are
The
you today?
end of tomorrow.
Oh, sorry. I've had a day. Thank you. I was wondering if I could have a room for the evening.
Of course, we do have availabilities.
Great.
And method of
Anything,
payment, sir.
um, maybe you could apply it to my Credit.
You
Doug
do take.
Johnson.
I would need your ID card for your account.
Oh, I didn't. I start looking through my pockets. Oh man, I don't think I have it right now. Is there any way I can? Not sure. How would I go about that?
If you lost your ID card, sir, you need to go to the operations desk.
Operation desk. Oh, okay. Where's that? I'm still new to this place, so maybe you could help help a guy out.
That would be on deck one.
Deck one. Right. I thought I wasn't allowed on deck one.
There is a civilian quartermaster. There is a quartermaster you can see to about acquiring a new identification card.
Oh, okay. Like, what if somebody found it? Do you think they would turn it in or something? Is there some place you could turn key cards in or that kind of thing?
I wouldn't know, sir. Best ask
Well,
the
I mean,
quartermaster.
that's probably probably my best bet. All right. Well, I appreciate your patience. I'll see you a little later when I have my key card. I hope.
Of course.
Anything interesting happening on the station recently?
No, it is relatively quiet, like usual.
Well, that's a good sign at least. Well, thanks. I appreciate your help. And I kind of wander off, and uh, yikes. So I guess I'll see if I can go to the quartermaster. I guess.
You hop into the turbo lift and you ride it up all the way to deck one.
Am I somewhat familiar with starbase layouts? So I can seem like I'm going, know where I'm going.
After some time wandering around, you do end up finding the quartermaster as you approach him.
Hi there. Hi. I was wondering. I think I lost my ID card, and I've been looking for it. Can't seem to find it.
Oh, yeah, sure, I can issue a new one.
Hmm.
It starts tapping away on the computer. All right, I just need your ID number.
ID number. Wait a minute. Did you have like a lost and found? Maybe they brought it in here.
There is. How long ago did you lose it?
Not too long ago. But I can't know for sure when I lost it. Otherwise, I would know where it was. I could start looking.
Uh,
So I'm not really sure, but
are you feeling all right, sir?
recently. Well, I kind of had a day, but
Um,
otherwise good.
need to head to the infirmary.
Oh no, not that kind of issue. Just seen better days, as it were, out of sorts, as it were. But I don't think I'm in any medical danger. Thank you
Right,
for. I appreciate your concern for me.
right. I just need your ID number.
All right. I was gonna check see if the cards were there first. That's what I was gonna double
But
check.
it would be logged under your ID number, sir.
Oh, it would. Oh, okay. Can you look it up for me?
I just need the number.
Doug Johnson. Doug Johnson.
Starts typing away, and that puts the name of the computer.
Can I spend some momentum to make a Doug Johnson available that I can use?
I'm not reading a Doug Johnson in the Lost and Found. At least not claimed.
Oh well, it's lost for good then, I guess. I guess you have to issue me a new one.
All right, Doug Johnson, and what's the number?
You would have to ask that. I am not very good with numbers. Let me think. 772. And then let me think. 773. Can you double check that for me? I'm not sure. I think it's 541. It's 541? 514? Oh man. You have to ask me these questions. That's why I have these things so I don't lose them.
You're not from around here, are you, sir?
Not really. Is that obvious?
One sec. A few months later, he comes out. Here you go, Mr. Johnson. Try not to lose this one.
Thank you. I secure it to myself properly. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. You have a great day now. What was your name again?
Master Chief Petty Officer Alex D. Leo, sir.
DeLeo. Thank you so much, Chief. And I wander off.
Have a good day, sir.
You too.
And
You too.
if you need anything, I do supply other things.
Oh, like what? What's a scuttlebutt around here anyway? If you don't mind my asking.
I'm sorry, what?
What's the scuttlebutt? It's that's an old Navy term. It's what's really going on at the station. I heard there's not much, but is
It's a
that
whole lot of
probably
nothing,
something?
rather boring, to be honest.
Well,
But if you were,
that's good.
you can get my hand on some more rare things if you're interested. Just let me know.
Okay, I will definitely keep you in mind. Thank you so much,
Have a good
and
day, sir.
thank you. Thanks, Chief. I'm gonna go requisition a place to live
You go
and
back.
pay for my clothing.
Okay, so you pay for your clothing. You go back to the end of tomorrow, and you rest up. And over some long period of time, as you wait several days, as you wander the
I gave
station,
a hat. Yep.
and you don't find any other of your crew members.
Oh dear. Well, knowing about time travel, it could be any day now. So I'm just gonna keep a routine of looking for people I might know, uh, the whereabouts of the the venture, that kind of thing.
Uh, there's no listing, and you would need to be sort of a. It's not something given out to civilians on the whereabouts of the venture.
Oh, I'm sure. Is there any starships show up here? Really?
So, actually, hardly none.
Okay. All right.
Vogel, I'm gonna get the pick on you now.
Yes.
Vogel, as you jumped through the portal, you find yourself.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I was moving some stuff around.
Just making sure it wasn't me.
As you jump through the portal, you find yourself stepped on top of a transporter room, and two technicians kind of stop what they're doing and look at you like, how did you get here?
That is kind of a long story.
Wait, right there, ma'am. And as one of them sort of draws a phaser and points it at you. Transporter room 3 to operations. We have an unauthorized person in the transporter room that just appeared. And
I'm gonna look at his rank insignia.
he's wearing sort of like a jumpsuit. You expect he could be probably a crewman.
There's no need for that, I assure you.
And then later, a gentleman and two gentlemen enter the room wearing red uniforms, and then they kind of like, "What's the emergency?" And it looks like, uh, "Who are you?" It's
My name is Sarah Vogel.
Well, Miss Vogel, I am Lieutenant Rose, the chief of security here, and you are not authorized to be in this room. How did you get in here? He kind of then looks at the transporters like, and they just kind of shrug like they have no idea.
Was I not transported in?
We have no incoming logs, and there is no ship currently in range of the station, sir. Kind of looks back. You heard the crewman. How'd you get here?
I think you need to check those logs again. I could swear that we told you about the transporter test.
You're not wearing a Starfleet uniform, Miss Vogel. And the goes through the transporter logs, and sorry, there's no incoming transport, or we were activated. In fact, this was scheduled for maintenance, Lieutenant, and there is no active pad. All right, Miss, you have to come with me.
Very well, but this is all a misunderstanding.
For your sake, I hope so.
And I'll follow the gentleman for now.
Ominous.
Kind of escorts you over to the brig, and so we can identify you at the wait here. Apologies.
You must do what you feel is right, of course.
And several hours pass by.
I'm assuming they took all my equipment, correct?
Yes, they took all your equipment. I'm Commander Offenson of Deep Space 17. We have no record of you ever existing. Who exactly are you?
As I stated to your officer, I am Sarah Vogel. Clearly, I do exist. I am in front of you now.
There is no record of you in the Federation database, and there is no ship in dock or around the station. So I'd like to know how you got on board. And what is up with that? Some sort of uniform you're wearing?
That is correct.
Do you mind telling me who you're with?
You don't recognize a Starfleet uniform, Commander?
That is no Starfleet uniform. Now I will admit the delta on insignia that's on your chest there is reminiscence of our deltas, but doesn't exactly belong. If you're trying to impersonate a crew member, you are definitely out of uniform and out of style.
Well, I can assure you that I am definitely not trying to impersonate one of your officers. Please tell me, Commander, what is the status of the USS Venture?
The USS Venture, she's out on deep space assignment currently. Why?
Do you know where?
That's need to know information right now, Miss Vogel.
Commander, very soon that is going to be need to know information.
Just kind of looks confused. What are you talking about? Look, far as I'm concerned, you have complied with everything we said except being a woman of mystery. I'm just trying to unravel the mystery on my station that's rather boring. So, if you could please enlighten me of what is going on, that would be grateful for both our sakes.
I'm sorry, Commander. I have my orders much like you have yours. And there's certain information that, how did you put it, is need to know?
Orders from who, Miss Vogel? Assuming that's even your real name.
Prax, do I happen to know Like what my family tree is. More specifically, do I know who might be alive during this time?
Um, I mean, should. I mean, like family is, maybe your grandfathers or grandmothers or great grandfathers, depending, because it's a little over 100 years.
So probably a grandfather, great grandfather, something like that. Commander, I'm going to give you one name. If you could look it up for me, please.
Very well.
The name I want you to look up is Charles Vogel from Earth. I assume you have medical data on me.
I can get a doctor in here, do a little brief up scan on you if that's what you require.
Since you mentioned that this whole thing is boring, Commander, look up the name and then compare my medical history to theirs. And you might not think this is boring much longer.
All right. Lieutenant, see to it that a medical officer does a scan, and I'll look up this Charles Vogel. Hang tight, miss. I'll I'll get a doctor in here for you.
You think we could do this someplace more comfortable than the brig?
It's just a routine scan. As soon as the commander gives the okay, I'm sure he can sign you a quarters if you're not a threat
Surely
to
you
the
can
ship.
make that auth. Surely you can make that authorization.
I'm sorry, I cannot.
Shame. Commander walked out too quick.
Be back. Hello, I was told to get a brief medical scan. Is there anything that ails you or out of the ordinary?
No, but I recommend running a DNA analysis.
Very well. And she takes a brief DNA sample and then runs everything through the tricorder. DNA analysis will take a little bit, but is there a particular reason? Any ailments or genetic diseases that I need to look for?
Oh, it's not so much that I'm in need of medical care. Is this a doctor or a
Yes,
nurse?
more like a nurse.
It's not that I need medical care, nurse. Um, the commander might require this information in a bit.
So you're consenting to give genetic DNA analysis to the station commander or to the chief medical officer? Usually, we don't give it to the commanding officer of the station. Those are more private medical information, Starfleet medical protocols and all.
If he asks for it, which I assume he will,
He would have to go
you
through.
do have my permission, yes.
He would have to go through the chief medical officer, but I will notify the chief medical officer.
Very well, thank you.
Anything you wish for me to pass along to food, um, drink?
You know, a meal does sound good. What do you recommend?
You are in perfect health, so I don't see any reason why you couldn't have anything to your anything that you feel comfortable with. Though in the terrestrial dome, there's a good restaurant that does have a adequate chicken salad. Um, Everything is grown from the hydroponic bay, except for the chicken, of course.
That does sound wonderful. Thank you.
She walks off, comes back later. Um, it took several, about half hour. Uh, Here you go. I had permission from the chief of security. He said if Mia was appropriate.
Thank you.
And she sets the tray on the table and walks out. Just so you know that the chief medical officer is going through some your DNA records we had, as well as some other information. I'm sure you'll be notified of the results soon.
Thank you. Don't let me keep you from your duties.
Have a good day.
You as well, nurse.
And you have a plate of food. What do you do in the meantime while you're stuck in the break?
Well, I'm gonna enjoy the meal and then, maybe catch a nap. I have a feeling I might be here a while.
A couple hours pass by. Station commander walks back up. So I am told by my chief medical officer that your DNA, at least according to the results, you technically shouldn't even be born yet.
That's what I thought they'd say, Commander.
So you're involved. Let me just straight. You're a time traveler from the future. I don't know when. Just please ask me, why are you on my station?
Like I said, Commander, some things I do have to keep need to know basis.
And how many of the how many are there going to be any more?
Well, that I can't answer, Commander.
Can't or won't?
Either? I had an Archer moment.
Right. My station's not. I guess my station's not going to blow up anytime soon, is it?
Not to my knowledge, Commander.
Other than being someone out of time, I cannot legally really hold you here anymore. So, uh, I've already talked with the quartermaster. You can get with them. He will issue a temporary ID card. You'll be limited to on what parts of the station you can go. Suggest limiting your travels to the terrestrial enclosure. That's for all civilian access. And perhaps a change of clothes would be in order for you.
The equipment I had on me, Commander.
I am holding that for the time being. My chief of security tells me it is some sort of advanced life support belt and a weapon. Keep in mind, I've already told them to seal it and keep it locked for the time being, but I cannot have you walk around with those items.
Did one look like a scanning device?
I suppose there was 3 items.
I am formally requesting that I have the tricorder returned to me.
Under one condition, Miss Vogel. If there is a danger to my station and I don't care about the timeline, please inform me immediately.
You have my word, Commander.
Lieutenant, see to it that Miss Vogel is issued back her tricorder and take her to the chief. Yes, sir. Enjoy your stay, Miss Vogel.
Commander, I do also have to request that you keep my out of timeness to a select few people.
The only ones that know is myself, the crewman here, and the lieutenant, as well as the doctor.
Commander, you have orders to protect your station, and I understand that. I have orders to try to protect the timeline. The very fact that I am here means that could be could be in jeopardy.
So you're suggesting that there could be more of you coming here?
The answer is, Commander, I don't know.
See to it that a communicator is issued to her. That way you can communicate with us if there is something that comes up and you require assistance. And they let down the force field.
Is there any chance I could get temporary quarters? The less I interact with the people here, the better, I think.
I'll send word to the quartermaster to issue a temporary uniform as well as a quarters on deck. Oh, it's the GM not knowing the full floor plan for the station, as massive as it is.
On deck, wherever the hell the quarters are.
Deck 26, Section 8.
Thank you, Commander. I really appreciate this.
Don't thank me yet, crewman Vogel. And he shows you to the quartermaster.
And I'll go get the stuff.
So you're escorted to the quartermaster. The chief of security tells you, Mr. Leo will hand you everything you need. Crewman Sarah Vogel, new addition. Didn't realize we had anyone come on board recently. See, I got a uniform. Kind of looks over. Right. Uniform right over here for you. You kind of motions like not sure your size, and he just hands you a selection. And one communicator, and so I was told to give you. Oh, yeah, temporary ID card. Why is it temporary? Anyway, is there anything else you need?
Did you say the quartermaster had the tricorder?
No, the chief of security did, and he's fetching that for you.
Oh, okay. I believe that is all I need. Thank you very much. I'm excited to serve on the starbase.
Right. So, you being new here, I could show you around if you like, because he kind of leans in closer. You know, help you get to know the lay of the land, all the nice spots. Some nice civilian restaurants in the terrestrial closers.
What time is it?
Oh, 1600 hours.
So you can imagine it's been quite a long journey here.
Right.
Rain check?
Sure. Have a good evening, crewman.
You too, and I'll struggle to remember his name.
Alex D. Leo.
Thank you for all your help, Alex.
Anytime, crewman. Us unlisted crew members have to stick together sometimes.
Again, I appreciate this.
So I take it you head to the quarters you're assigned. The
Yes.
lieutenant make eventually. You get situated in your quarters. He comes like buzzes your quarters and says, "You know, I have your device."
Thank you, Lieutenant.
If there's any trouble, please sure to notify me.
Understood.
He nods and walks off and lets you be.
And as soon as he leaves, I'm going to take the tricorder and start scanning for my shipmates, as well as any possible time discrepancies, whatever I could get off my tricorder.
Reason plus science, difficulty of 3.
Ooh, I think I'm going to use all that momentum. I don't think I have a focus for this. I will re-roll the complication.
Your tricorder picks up several chronoton radiation throughout the station, like pockets. It's hard to get an accurate reading of where it's at, but you're essentially detecting temporal disturbances.
And I'm assuming one of those is where I came in at in the transporter room.
Yes, but it is also hard to get like an accurate reading of everything.
Right, right. Any? Am I picking up any of the away team or any of the shipmate of the crew?
Because the nature of the scan and how many life forms are on the station, that is pretty much extremely difficult. You would need to be kind of close by to find one of your crew members. There's a lot of humans, a lot of Vulcans, and Tellarites and whatnot. So
Well, then I think Vogel is going to set the tricorder to keep scanning for the crew. And she's going to basically throw it in a pocket and like set it to like vibrate basically. And I'm just going to go stroll around the areas I can and see if I can locate them by walking around.
Sarissa.
Oh, oh boy.
As you step through the portal of the Guardian of Forever, you suddenly find yourself as you come out, um, literally in a grassland park overlooking a beautiful sky. Well, not a sky, like a dome-like sky that seems to be artificial in nature.
Huh.
And you find yourself that well, it's a grass rooftop on a small building. It's about roughly 4 stories high.
Oh, I'm on a roof. Ah. Is there a way down?
There is essentially a small hatch. Looks like some sort of staircase.
Um. Well, let's err on the better side of caution here and make sure that there's not just a family on the other side of the hatch, because that'd be a scene I don't want. Just listen as best we can.
I mean, there's a commotion. Like if you look over the ledge, there's people walking by.
No, I was
But you don't hear anything on the other side of the door.
Well, let's try the door and you know, exit the roof.
You
Yes.
open the door. Well, the door slides open, and there's a staircase that goes down.
Does this look civilian residence or uh crew residence? I'm assuming civilian.
It looked civilian in nature.
All right, well, we'll worry about that less and carry on down the stairs. And note the remarkable lack of other people that also appeared with me.
High or low, doctor?
Low.
You step out of the stairwell, and as you kind of look about, you find yourself in a busy restaurant, and a waitress approaches you. Can I help you, miss? How did you get up there?
Transporter malfunction?
That's some sort of malfunction. Um, are you okay? Do I need to call?
No, I appear to be all here, so I think I'm fine, thank you. Just in the wrong place. If you could be so kind as to tell me which deck this is, I would hate to just be trying to guess.
Deck 62.
Thank you. That is definitely not where I was supposed to be. Thank you. And sorry for being on your roof. Don't think I've ever said that one before.
Are you sure you're okay? Do I need to call anybody for you? Are you,
No, I'll be able to walk my way back where I'm supposed to be. Thank you, regardless, though.
of course, the exit's right over here. She kind of points through the restaurant.
Thank you again. And start going to the exit.
You head out to the exit. What do you do?
Um. Uh, Tricorder and take a quick check to see if there is anything recognizable around me. By that I mean, yeah, pretty much the crew. Yeah. The I'm alone, and I remember going through that with people thing.
Reason plus science or medicine difficulty of 4. It's a lot of people on this station.
Yes, science or medicine. Huh. Yeah. This is one she's just flat out failing, I'm 90% sure. Yeah, no. She's doing it for the sake of doing it, but she's not actually getting any results. Yeah. I'd have to spend a lot of resources to even get close.
Yeah, you're just reading a lot of people on the station. You're like, it's gonna be really hard to find your, companions.
Right. But are there terminals that are accessible? Computer terminals, that kind of thing.
There is.
Well, in that case, I'd like to go up to one and attempt to access it to see what relevant information I can pull up about location, specific date, things like that.
Insight con difficulty of 1.
Insight con. Investigation and investigative techniques as a focus. Yep. And do. Okay. Yay. Starbase 17, 20 things. Yep. There was a 2 in there. I was that much correct. And let's see if we can. Ooh. Thinking, I arrived in a weird location. Let's see if someone else arrived in a weird location and got noted in security reports. By that, I mean, yes, I'm going to have to try and beat my way through their security, but yes. It's outdated. It should be easy, right?
You say that.
I was being sarcastic.
Daring plus security difficulty of 4.
Ah. Yeah. That is a thing. Okay, so we have. I will spend the 2 and a threat to hit up to 4 dice. And yeah. There we go.
Gain a momentum. The only thing you note in the security logs is an unwarranted transporter beam in about a day ago.
Day ago. Huh. Okay. Is any specifics? Just
Nope.
Oh.
No specifics on it. Just says unwarranted transporter beam in, and that was it.
I'm going to assume that that is not exactly standard procedure.
No, it's definitely not standard procedure.
Okay. Oh well. How many current occupants in the brig?
0.
Good. Okay. Brilliant. Well, that says they're not all in the brig, and I think it's fairly reasonable to take a guess at what's happened there. Let's make our way to ops. Well, ops thing, the appropriate location that I can actually get to talk to someone before talking to other people.
I mean, you can go to operations. It's just certain areas in operations you will not have access to.
To the ideal location I can find their chief of security at.
Deck 2.
Let's head on the way then.
Actually, sorry, deck 11.
There's two two separate numerals in that, so there we go.
So you
Either way, we're heading there. Yep.
go to 11 or
Yeah, to 11, wherever Security McGee is.
you start heading to 11. While you're doing that, Vogel, your tricorder buzzes you, indicating a new temporal disturbance.
I'm gonna find a place to look at it discreetly and see where it says it's at.
In the terrestrial enclosure.
I'm gonna go to that spot.
You head to that spot, you follow the tricorder readings, and as you follow the readings, you come to a restaurant. A hostess walks up to you. Can I help you, crewman?
I'm new on the station, so I'm just having a look around.
Oh. It's a fine dining restaurant. You take, obviously, Federation credits. We serve a variety of Italian foods.
As she's talking, I'm just gonna kind of look in to see if I see anything.
You see a restaurant full of people, various Starfleet officers and civilians.
No one I recognize, I take it.
No one you recognize.
I'll turn back to the waitress and say, "Thank you. I might be back later for a meal."
Of course. Would you like to make a reservation?
Not at this time.
Very well. Have a good day.
And then I'm gonna again find a nice spot out of the way and do a more detailed scan to see if I can maybe find somebody.
Reason science difficulty of 2.
I'll use the momentum. Reroll.
Get the momentum back, and the anomaly appeared on the rooftop of the building.
Sorry, on the rooftop of.
The restaurant building. About 4 stories up.
I'm gonna try to go to that spot.
You would have to go back into the restaurant.
Oh, in the restaurant. Okay, I thought it was like outside, but on top of. I guess I go inside.
Hostess comes like, changed your mind?
One of my friends just messaged me and said meet him up here. I'm gonna see if I could find him.
Did your friend leave a name? Could be a table waiting already for you. I could check.
Does this restaurant have a bar area?
It does. It's right over there. If you'd like to go to the bar, you can already go. There should be some seating available.
Yeah, Chet. So if I know anything about my friend, that's where they'll be.
Okay. And she just smiles and points the way to the bar.
Right, and then I'll go try to go to that temporal spot.
Control security difficulty of 2 to sneak over there.
Take a threat. Nope.
As you start making your way towards, you went to the bar and then you kind of try to slide your way towards the staircase, and a waitress kind of walks up to you, like, that area is off limits. Can I help you with something?
Sorry, I was looking for someone. I thought they might be over here. My mistake.
Of course. Um, and she just kind of politely waits for you to leave.
And I'll leave.
And she just kind of says, like, what's up with that door? She goes back to serving tables. Sarissa, you make it up to the security office, and you're greeted by a security officer. Can I help you, miss? As he kind of looks at you strangely and then looks at the side of your hip where your phaser is at. I am going to have to ask you to, whatever weapon that is, to disarm, please.
Of course. You're wanting me to go reach for it, or just raise my hand and you can grab it?
Just raise your hand.
Okay, she'll do that.
And he grabs the phaser.
I was coming up here to talk to your chief anyway.
Lieutenant Rhodes? Yeah, he's inside. What business they even? Why are you? Never mind. Too many questions.
Yes, it would be less questions is nicer, definitely.
He escorts you inside, and
if you could leave that with him.
yeah, Lieutenant, I found this on her, and she wished to see you. He just kind of stops, like, oh, you can go, Ensign. Right. And he pulls out a crate, opens it up, puts the phaser in. I need that belt.
I'm guessing there's other stuff in the crate.
Yes, there's other stuff in the crate.
Is it recognizable other stuff?
Insight security difficulty 2 to kind of peek.
I will, have a threat. Because fishing. There we go.
Gain of momentum. Yeah, there's a phaser and a sash, and they're like what you're wearing.
Oh, so just kind of a little sigh and okay, so I was very much right with the guess then.
You just only see the one though.
But there was also only the one security report, so
He puts the stuff in there. All right. 1 second. I need to page someone.
I'm guessing by your very understanding response without any questions, you've had this happen before, and I was correct.
Just fewer questions. The less I know, the better.
Oh, yes, fair enough.
Commander, you better get down to station security. We have another one. And you probably want to bring that new crew member.
So, exactly how many other ones?
Just wait until they arrive.
Oh.
Please have a seat. Just kind of
Thank you.
sighs and mumbles like, "This is good. This is supposed to be a quiet station. Why is this happening?"
I do apologize for ruining station duty for you.
It's all right.
I've been there. It's fun. Eye roll.
Vogel, as you're waiting at the, did you go back to the bar or did you leave the restaurant?
I probably left, continue the walk.
As you continue to walk, the communicator starts beeping at you.
I'll fiddle with it to figure out how to turn it on, and I'll turn it on.
Miss Vogel, please report to the station security office.
On my way. And I'll start heading that way.
Before Vogel arrives, enters the station commander. Judging by the uniform, you're like her.
Her. This is okay. Okay.
Do you have a name, Miss?
Yes, Sarissa. Lieutenant Sarissa.
Oh, I got a rank this time. Lieutenant Sarissa.
Yes.
Uh,
Just have pips right there.
pilot, command.
Oh, security, and that doesn't really hurt you to know.
Shakes shakes it like. When did they switch colors?
Well, that would be an obvious yes. That or I'm lying, but that gets into questions.
Around this time, Vogel, you walk in wearing, the typical air appropriate uniform. You've been here for about a day.
That's a long time. The commander's in here, I take it?
Yes.
He was the one that called me, correct?
Yes. And Miss Vogel, thank you for joining us. Eve, you might know our new friend here.
I will kind of look over at Sarissa and see what nod she gives.
Yeah, she's probably just gonna give you a small wave, like.
Lieutenant, nice to see you again.
Hey, good to see you too. Surprised with how this is all coming around, but that is how things go, I suppose. Uh,
How long have you been here?
10 minutes. Maybe a little bit longer than that. I wasn't really paying. It's not long at all.
Well, I've been here for the better part of a day, probably spent half of it in a cell.
Well, I'm glad you had to go through that, so I probably don't have to. Looking between the two guys.
You're welcome.
Much appreciated. I saw that there was a log in the computer's files of a transporter incident, but no actual details, and then there was no one in the brig, and I took a guess.
At the mention of that, the security officer Jason just kind of like shakes his head, like, I told you we need to remove the stuff from the terrestrial for access to the whole station's computer.
No, well, it's my job to be able to access things, and also it stuck out because there was no rest of the information like there would normally be. You can make a report, add more details to it.
I was under orders not to report all that information.
Yes, that's why you make up details that are not what happened.
That log was for the transport crew members. I couldn't exactly change or
Oh, I see,
change it.
I see. Never mind then. Yes. Well, then my recommendation would be to hide it in other paperwork and make it look official because removing stuff raises more eyebrows. Anyway, yes. So, what is the arrangement here, Vogel?
To get out of the holding cell to begin what we're actually doing here, I kind of did have to tell the commander a little bit of information.
Well, I mean, yes, the people will ask questions about that later, but they always like to ask questions and then question if it was necessary, and then you'll insist it was. It's a big circle and nothing ever comes of it.
The only thing he really knows is that, well, I guess this could include you, is that we're not supposed to be here.
Yes. No, well, you will probably find a Sarissa if you look hard enough. It just won't be me. So, are we still doing what we're here to do, or no?
I mean, I would imagine the mission is still on track.
I was meaning more to the point of, are these individuals particularly uh, interfering?
I don't think so.
Okay. And yes, I know I'm talking in front of you. I'd rather not try to hide anything about people that should be knowing, at least a little bit.
I'm trying my very best with the temporal prime directive here.
Yes. Well, Commander, shall I be getting a uniform similar to Vogel here? Crewman Vogel here. After looking at her collar for a second.
I suppose so. Will issue the appropriate uniform. Though I believe the commander's already, or lieutenant's already taken your other equipment.
Yes, I did hand it over to him.
Uh, we'll notify the. I'll notify the quartermaster for new clothing and appropriate equipment. I believe Miss Vogel here could show you the way.
I'll nod.
Thank you, Commander. I'll try to not be a bother to you, despite, my presence being a bother to you.
He just sighs. Please notify us if there's anything that is a danger to this station or its occupants.
Of course.
Commander, any word on the venture?
We got word she's making slow warp to us. Apparently, her main deflector dish was damaged.
Oh. Oh.
Don't have idea when she'll arrive. Is there something going on with the adventure that I need to know about?
Not that you need to know about.
It doesn't affect the station, if that's what you're asking, Commander.
Understood.
Well, Lieutenant, let's get you properly dressed.
Yes. What am I being made a crewman while here as well, or
That seems appropriate. Won't
I'll
cause
take
any
off
suspicion for also the new lieutenant to be walking around the decks here.
Crewmen are more innocuous. It is true. I'll take off the tubes.
All right.
After you, Vogel.
And I'll lead Sarissa to the quartermaster.
Okay. Do not go through that spiel again. You two of you head to the quartermaster. Meanwhile, Captain and Lauren. Captain, you arrive on top of a rooftop building and you hear a loud scream. Lauren, I need you to make fitness plus security difficulty of 1.
Oh no.
So you can do it.
You find yourself dangling, Lauren, on top of, like, on the edge of a building, and it is a roughly good 10-story fall from where you're at. And you do hear a slight scream, Captain.
I'm gonna hunker down at first, just because I don't know where or when I am quite yet.
You feel
and then I'll take a tricorder out and start scanning around for life forms. Try to figure out where that sound's coming from.
Reason plus science or medicine difficulty of 1.
I'll throw a momentum at it.
I get it back. There's a complication.
I'll squash it.
Roughly a few meters before you is a life sign of a Bajoran woman.
Likely with elevated heart levels.
Yes, elevated heart level.
I'll rush over to the light. I'll put away the tricorder and rush over to the life form, presuming it's friendly.
You stand over top and you see Lieutenant Laren kind of dangling, hanging on a ledge.
Oh, 1 second. I'll be right back.
FYI, Winchester, Laren, that is your complication from last week.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be cruel, but
No, not at all.
I'm back. I will reach down to Lieutenant Lauren to pull her up.
I'm gonna try to Mufasa him.
Oh my god.
wait, say that again.
Throw me off the building.
I'm gonna use my weight to pull him down off the building.
That's going to be the pose, daring security.
I think one of us is about to die.
Just
Confident in that.
both might end up dying.
I'll spend a determination on today is a good day to die.
Spending determination. One must beware of traitors at all times.
Both.
It poofed.
Oh my god.
Yours poofed too. Hooray!
I won't spend threat if you don't spend threat.
Sure. Focus martial arts since I'm being attacked.
Sure.
And these don't apply right away.
Oh my god.
Why does this keep happening? Occasionally, we both fall.
Oh, you were so close to a crit as well. Oh, never mind, you didn't have. I don't
No,
know,
I
focus
didn't have
anyway. Yeah.
I mean, but with the range of my focus range, I technically was pretty close
Still,
to it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that I kind of could have had was because I used today is a good day, maybe Klingon culture, but I didn't think that would sell.
All right. So as you reach down, Captain, and attempt to pull up Lieutenant Lauren, she attempts to try to pull you down. Due to after you stop and balance yourself. At this point, nothing happens, but you do realize she attempted to kind of pull you off the edge of the building.
I'm gonna get away from the bloody edge.
Try to get up over the
And-
ledge then.
Huh?
I would try to get up over the ledge. Not like, yeah, like as you're starting to back away, I'm going to actually try to pull myself over.
Fitness, security, difficulty of 1.
Threat.
Gain a momentum. You pull yourself up the ledge as the captain is pushed himself back. At this point, 2 of you are sitting on top of a building, and there's a slight breeze.
I draw and fire my phaser. I'm under attack by a mutineer.
I still can't get over the line. I want to Mufasa him.
Yeah.
Especially
That was
being
my
sent to a
instant thought.
cation.
Yeah, that was my instant thought. That's why I didn't say or try to do anything. I just let him say what he was going to do because I was hoping he'd do that.
Yeah.
Control plus security difficulty of 2.
Sorry. I am going to spend a momentum for an extra minor because I know 1 minor is drawing. I'm going to set it to intense
Okay.
and then fire. I will give you a threat for an extra die. Yeah, a threat for an extra die. Well,
Oh no.
I hit.
Okay. Roll the damage for type 2.
Spend a threat to reroll fails because I have no momentum.
Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 9 stress.
I have a resistance of 4.
Oh yeah, the belts. So 5, but you need to roll a challenge dice.
I do?
No,
I
Lauren.
do.
Oh.
Your bubble pops.
Oh, shield.
But that is 5.
Yeah, I'll spend
It's 3 threat.
three threat to stay at.
Okay. Goes to you.
Don't come any closer, Lieutenant.
I can't let you cause a temporal war.
I think you've already started it. He raises an eyebrow, phaser in hand.
Just as you two start talking and get ready to shoot, four Starfleet security officers beam on top of the roof and draw on their phasers. Stand down.
I toss my phaser side.
Once I see her disarm, I'll drop my phaser and put my hands up.
Flashes open the communicator. Transporter room 6 to beam to the brig area.
I'll be smiling the whole time.
Such an eerie sound.
Okay, 2 individuals in the brig. You know what? For time's sake, Solon.
Aye.
Ooh.
Oh, that was a good sound.
Oh no, you're fine. So Solon, you jump through the portal and you don't find yourself where you're tended where you thought you were going to be at, and you find yourself in almost sort of a museum like area. And there's a couple of civilians like walk by and they just kind of look at you funny, like, where did he come from? As they rush
A museum? A museum of what?
by. Insight plus science, difficulty of 1. Your best guess is that it's a Federation museum of some sort.
You say people are looking. I mean, how crowded is this strange museum?
Oh, it's not crowded. It's just the 2 civilians in question was a mother and daughter, uh, and they were just kind of walking through, wearing civilian clothing. No uniform that you're familiar with. They weren't wearing uniforms, so
I look towards the walls of the place. Is there like an information kiosk or a computer anywhere nearby?
there is.
We'll go and see if I can use it to figure out where/when I am.
Insight con difficulty of 1. Uh, you're currently on Deep Space 17. On deck 97 within the Federation Museum of History. It's Stardate Stardate 7257.6.
And what is that start date in relation to the last time I was in this era?
Insight Connor Command difficulty 1. Gain a momentum. It's been a few days.
All right, am I still drawing attention from the crowd, or is mom and daughter gone off?
They've gone off.
Goes around, I'm gonna pull my tricorder and scan for Federation comm badges.
Reason plus. Let's make this science difficulty 3.
Did you say difficulty 1?
Difficulty 3.
Heck. Well, I'll spend that momentum. And then hope.
You do detect some comm badges, but they appear to be more on the upper section of the station. That's about it. You're not sure exactly where.
Okay, from the information kiosk, can I locate a public replicator?
There is none. There are no public civilian replicators.
I can't remember. I don't. Did the captain issue me a phaser before we went down? My guess is no, but I want to make sure I don't have a weapon on me.
Until the betrayal at the pad, everyone was allotted standard issue because you were serving on the ship to defend it. So whether you had one or not is largely up to you.
It was one of the, but it's the little ones that kind of fit in the belt loop, right? Easily hidden.
Probably, probably type 1 since you're not reg members of the ship. Aside from Sarissa, I'd give her a type 2 because she's security anyway. So.
All right. Jim, can I? Well, probably not from information kiosk. Well, I'm going to ask anyway. Is it possible to use my advanced tricorder to link to the station's computer?
To do what?
Access the station logs.
You can try. It's still going to be a daring security difficulty of 4.
You faded when you got to after the word difficulty.
I'm trying to remember the difficulty what I gave Sarissa. I believe I gave Sarissa diff 4, so it'd be daring security difficulty 4. Look it up.
Did you say 4?
Yes.
Okay. Well, knowing that that's beyond Salon's abilities, some information kiosk. I'm going to look for looking for a clothing shop, one specialized in Vulcan clothing.
That
Or
Deck 62.
I will make my way there. Having been the commander of this station at some point in the future, I'm sure I know the way.
As you head there, get to go to the brig again. I believe probably the captain and even though the two of you have been stuck in the same brig cell, I'm assuming the two of you are on opposite sides.
Yeah, keeping a wary eye of her.
Yeah, I'll just sitting down.
I'm Commander Finson, station commander here of Deep Space 17. And may I ask why you're trying to shoot up well, frankly, try to kill each other?
Because we're trying to destroy the timeline.
I've already gathered that to an extent by the other two compadres that have arrived on this station.
Well, if you let us go, we'll destroy the timeline.
Not after the display. You just.
Might I have a private word with you, sir? As you
Well,
can gather, this is a matter of some importance.
I realize that, but I have no inclination to give anyone the time of day here. I'm getting a little annoyed with secrecy and sh- shadowy temporal agents.
Very well. The fate of the Federation and Starfleet is in the balance currently, and various persons of the future have come back to try to correct and or advance the interests of Starfleet and the Federation. At the moment, you're holding on to at least two persons from the future, and one of which is a mutineer, and the other is a commissioned captain of Starfleet. So, make that of you what you will, Commander. But time is not on my side right now, nor yours.
You can certainly trust him. He's not here to destroy your timeline at all.
I am acting within the remit of Article 14, Section 31, and I have been ordered to make such changes for the good of the Starfleet and the Federation. The fact that you lack the discipline to adhere to orders is not this commander's concern, it's more of mine. Unfortunately.
If I'm willing to fight so hard to stop you, imagine what's going to happen when the next person figures out that you've altered their timeline.
The difference is that you are a traitor. They just simply be enemies of Starfleet. You betrayed the uniform and your oath of office. I have no
When
time for traitors like you.
when phasers are being fired, it doesn't matter the circumstances under which they started firing. People die. You're going to escalate this to a point where the timeline might be permanently destroyed, or
I am going to advise the captain of this era of the path they wish to take. They will be inheriting the future. If they prefer it one way or the other, that will be their choice. I'm not going to trick them.
they have no more rights to exist in their own time than we do. You could have just sat and done nothing. You didn't have to make it come back and make it worse.
Unlike certain officers, I adhere to my oath of office and take my duties to Starfleet and the Federation seriously. I have an obligation to defend the Federation. The fact that you've forgotten that shows a crack in your character over the years. How that happened to you, I don't know.
There are far more important things than oaths to Starfleet. There are things you wouldn't do if Starfleet asked you to do, and you know that there are higher callings than Starfleet. Not instigating a temporal war that will fall out of control is definitely one of them.
Captain, for my safety, I would request to be put in a different brig cell than this person. They've attempted to murder me on 2 different occasions. At the time of my arrest, I was defending myself from their attack. What you do with this information is up to you, but it is imperative that the Venturer is aware of our presence and that we have an opportunity to communicate with them. You'll also want to look for other persons from our time period. At least several of us were supposed to have gone to the Venture. Unfortunately, we seem to have ended up here on your station, which was not our intent.
There's that ship name again. Very well. Lieutenant, see to it that they are in separate brigs. And the two of you are put into separate brigs, while the commander of the station tries to figure out what to do with the two of you.
I'd like to attempt to make a social roll to get him to trust me a little bit. Because I was trying to be as frank as possible with him to show that I wasn't trying to deceive him. It's like, no, I'll be open with you since you don't seem to like secrets. Okay, Commander, I'll be honest with you.
After, I guess, some time, I have looked over some of these discs that you brought back with you. Took a little bit of ingenuity to pop into it, but these are schematics for stuff that are well
Those
beyond.
Those can't activate unless he dies. That was the whole
They get
thing.
destroyed if he dies.
No, it was the other way around.
Then scratch that.
Yeah, because he didn't want anyone to be able to access it unless he said so. But if he died before he could say so, then he would let them have the information.
So, Commander, or sorry, Captain.
Captain Atheton, commanding officer of the USS Tenshi, United Federation of Planets.
All right. Well, let's get it out of the way. I am Commander Marcus Finson of Deep Space 17, commanding officer.
Insight roll. Does that name ring a bell in history for me at all? Do I know that for any? That'd be like old history for me.
Insight command difficulty of 1.
Fleet formations focus. I'm reaching.
No, I mean, this is definitely more of a history type deal.
Oh yeah.
You're only familiar with it because of we looked up a long time ago.
It was for a book report.
No, it was briefing for Deep Space 17 to reactivate it.
Oh, that's right. That's the same place. Yep.
He was the second commanding officer of the station. He went on later to command his very own starship in Excelsior class much later on. For the most part, lived, had a fairly successful career.
Okay. Just want to make sure I wasn't accidentally poking a part of history here by talking to him. Talking to Kirk, for example, would be a huge deal.
Yeah, he doesn't become an admiral if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Well, Commander, I apologize for adding to your workload. That was not intentional. Myself and several other persons from the future interacted with the Guardian of Forever in an attempt to right a temporal kink, as it were.
Kink.
So,
And
yes,
this
a division
involves,
of timelines.
and I'm assuming this involves the venture.
Yes. From our research in the future, that is the point of diversion. I am operating under orders to manipulate the timeline such that it advances the war effort in my time period. There are other persons who are from the original timeline, or the other timeline. Several mechanics is strange. That are trying to restore things to the way they had it. I had determined that the best course of action was to come back to the venture and lay our case out to the captain of the venture and have her make the call, keeping it to a command level decision, since with the manipulations of time travel, we'd be able to dictate things if we really wanted to, but that seemed rather unbefitting of Starfleet personnel to do such a thing to a fellow officer. Unfortunately, that has sparked a, shall we say, a philosophical difference between myself and my lieutenant, who has seen fit to attempt to kill me on for some reason. The others seem to be not willing to go to malicious force. They're simply willing to race ahead of me, as it were. I can give you descriptions of these persons if you wish to help, because I'm hoping they all came here rather than being dotted across the Federation. And I would advise you, Commander, to classify this to you and your senior staff only, because this is we need to minimize our impact in the timeline to only to as little as possible. Think of it, we have a similar General Order 1 or Prime Directive, except there's a sub-directive later on in history that introduces a temporal directive. I have been authorized to break that directive. They are trying to preserve the directive in their timeline. And unfortunately, you're the history that we're manipulating, which I apologize for that. It is... I can imagine how irritating it must be to be somewhat blinded to what's going on. Hence my attempt to be frank and honest with you, since I would prefer the same if some random alien from the future came onto my ship.
With all due respect, and frankly, I just wish all of you would just go away. But that doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon.
Not until we get to the venture. That's our main target. We're not even supposed to be here, so I'm wondering if the Guardian of Forever did that on purpose, or if we just used it wrong. He shakes his head. I have no honest clue, Commander.
And you're saying the venture is responsible for the divergence in the timeline.
Yes, one divergence has already occurred, resulting in my timeline.
And you're trying to change it further?
Yes, I've consulted with the Admiralty and have been authorized to change it further and maintain our timeline. Well, my timeline. Your timeline is subject to what happens in the next few days.
For what purpose?
The purpose to minimize the impact of a war in my time period. I hesitate to give details only because the more I tell you, the more I might accidentally influence the timeline for you personally. But I can say that the war is sufficiently damaging enough that it is agreed upon that it is severe enough that Article 14, Section 31 would be an appropriate, the only real authorization to breach the temporal directive.
Give me presence command opposed.
Sure. Disarming nature.
Sure.
And he's not intending violence, so the palm leaf is irrelevant.
I'm spending some threat though because I have a bunch of threat. And his stats are not that good.
I'd like to.
Ouch.
Ooh.
Wow.
Well, that's worrying.
4, 6, 7.
What a lad.
Cool. I'd like to push for the inspiration focus on the basis I'm trying to get him to realize that, try to get him on my side on this one. Because I'm quoting Starfleet stuff and traditions and so forth. And trying to relate.
So you already made your determination. So you.
Oh, this is just to figure out the focus. I'm probably going to have to spend a bunch of threat to match you and then maybe have to reroll. I'm just trying to get it focused down. I would think team dynamics or inspiration. I like inspiration better for it, but it's up to you.
I'll
if
take
either apply.
Increased complication.
I will take increased complication. All that threat you spend, have it back. I need the dice to even match you. Presence command. Those medals don't apply. I've applied that already. Bang.
I count 5 or 5. Yeah. Wins
And
the
how many
roll.
did he get?
7.
7. I could challenge and reroll. Best case, I tie or beat him.
You don't have both
Yeah.
command.
That depends how many
No.
you re-roll.
Oh, is my disarming nature coming into it?
6 then. So beats you by 1.
All right, so I'm going to challenge. The hardest work is done by those you rarely see. Because I'm basically front line and center on this one.
Okay, keep in mind. I hope you're like writing down like your old values. 'Cause,
Yeah, I have them in the Discord log, so I can
Okay.
walk them back.
Just in case you need to walk them back.
And spending toward the talented must rise to meet chaos. I'm in a very unusual situation, and I need him to believe me on this desperately.
Sure.
If I reroll that 0, I might tie or beat him. If I reroll any of the ones, that could possibly screw up my chances even further. And the dice are in my favor. So I'll just reroll the 1-0. Yeah. I'll eat complication if you'll let me.
Sure. All right. For now, you'll have to remain in the brig. The venture is supposed to be arriving soon, and we will hash all this out with Captain Avery. And really figure out what to do next here, Captain Thatton.
If you can get me a pad, Commander, I can list the persons of interest that may be coming to your station if they aren't already here. Because there's only a
Understood.
certain number of us that should have come back. Anyone extra would be not from our time jump.
Of course. I'll get you a pad.
And that will finally take a seat and calm down because this was really rough.
Oh yeah. A moment later, he does get the pad, and the yeoman brings it to you. But be right back 1 second.
Sure. How's everyone doing? God.
Oh, you know,
Good.
hanging on.
I don't think I would have survived a 10-story drop. I don't see how I would have. I probably would have taken a ton of stress and then died on impact.
I was thinking about seeing if I could get advantage if I pulled you over with myself, but I figured suicide was a little too out of character.
Plus, you can't guarantee that one of the other people that came with me won't continue my mission.
No, but they're not player characters, so I guess it's a little meta.
No, the doctor, Dr. Mountain.
Doctor doesn't know your orders.
Oh, shoot, you're right.
Yeah, he does not know. He's just here. He doesn't know what's going on at all.
All right, I
I
made
jumped
sure.
in, so I jumped in. I'm here.
All right, I'm back.
It's really the best part.
Although it could have been fun, Dr. Mountain and Lieutenant Vogel outside the Guardian forever.
BSGM, I will write down the description of all the people who went through. So that's all the player characters plus my Athatan's guard. I don't think there's the two supporting characters, the Cardassian and the Vulcan.
Yeah. They went through, but they're not going to come into play this session. So
They're somewhere.
It's more to prevent it. Just to make sure he's aware of them so he doesn't get surprised and go like, hey, you didn't tell me about them. I did. It's in the notes.
All right. Solon,
Yes.
you arrive at a Vulcan boutique at the terrestrial complex. A Vulcan woman walks up to you, gives you the suit. How may I help you?
Something has seemed to happen to my clothes. I believe I've been the victim of what humans call a prank. I need appropriate attire. Can you assist me?
Of course. And she shows you to a handful of assorted Vulcan garments of the era.
Yeah, I'll just get something period appropriate, not super fancy, just kind of traditional Vulcan attire. Those robes they wear on some of the shows seem to be something that could fit easily over the uniform I'm wearing.
Okay. You find a suitable robe, and she asks you, shall I apply it to your Federation credit?
Yes, I seem to have lost my idea. Perhaps I could enter my code into your pad,
Of course.
and then I will enter my pad. I will actually enter my number from Lieutenant Solon.
And the process goes through. Thank you.
You do
Lieutenant.
have that advantage over us.
See, this time period, Solon, is going to be like, it's not logical that I am missing currency.
Yeah, that will cause him some wonder, but it shouldn't damage the timeline much. Any.
You say that now.
Right.
But yes, you apply a certain amount of credits. Doctor, high or low? As you're wandering through the heading towards sort of the medical facilities.
Hi, please. Ooh.
Doctor, as you are heading towards the turbo lift, you've been here for several days and you see a familiar Vulcan wearing a typical Vulcan robe.
I walk over to them and gently interrupt their walking.
Doctor,
Commander, good to see a familiar face around here. Have you seen anybody else?
I have not. I have just arrived.
Oh, really? Oh. Well, are you hungry? This is a great cafe over here. Anyway,
I believe locating our companions is a higher priority than.
well, I have been looking and wandering these hallways. I probably clocked many, many kilometers over the past few days. So you are the first familiar face I have seen. So now that we're together, perhaps we can find the others. I was just on my way to check the infirmary to see if there was any sort of information or scans, perhaps, that we could determine where our people are. Or maybe they have already.
Well, there's a possibility.
There are other possibilities too. Any other thoughts? Since I've been here for a little while, so it's good to be back on mission. So yes, let's see if we can find the captain and the others, and go from there. Uh, I would prefer to stay together, but we don't have to go to the infirmary first. If you have another ideas, sir.
Well, it is best to stay together.
Affirmative, yeah.
According to the star date, we are past my last incursion to the venture. If I remember,
Past it. Okay.
if I remember my,
So,
if I remember the mission briefing properly, the venture is on its way here.
oh, is it? Interesting. Let's
Ideally, we need to contact the captain of the venture before she docks.
maybe we have to talk to some of the commanders here. Well, I know a security detail on a couple different levels. I was put behind in a sticky situation when I first got here. But anyway, Doug Johnson is on the case, sir. I mean, Bob Smith.
I believe that particular nom de plume would be inappropriate with my ear in a Vulcan appearance.
Oh well, I'll just have to use my own.
GM, from my knowledge of the station, where would be the nearest Starfleet data board or place I can access the computer?
You can access the anywhere here, like on any deck. So
I'm gonna find a computer port and use my old access code to see. Obviously not trying to get into the classified files because that would raise a red flag. But see, look for station logs regarding arrivals, departures, and if possible, the current location of the venture.
Insight Con difficulty 1.
It's always going to be that insight con.
Gain a momentum. You just noticed that the USS Venture has docked in the docking area and is currently on, or just recently docked a few moments ago.
Isn't that the venture?
It is. Can I open a communication channel to the venture and just directed to Captain Avery with the name Salon. And actually, I'll append it with my actual rank. That should probably clue her into who it is.
Seems like it's an advantage roll. So let's go with control plus engineering difficulty 2.
I'm going to give you a threat just in case. Like you don't need it, like you need more. And there's nothing I can do about the application, so I guess I'll eat that.
On the bridge of the Venture. Captain, we're receiving a communication from inside the station. Appears from the terrestrial level from Lieutenant Solon. Kind of turns the chair around. Open the channel, Lieutenant. Mr. Solon, I was not expecting to hear from you again.
I regret the interruption. There is a problem. I must request that you do not allow any of your crew leave on the station. I need to speak to you privately as soon as possible.
That is not possible, Mr. Solon. I have a meeting with the station's commander about something urgent.
Captain, one of your crew members that visited my home is carrying information from my home that could severely damage the Federation.
She looks to her first officer. I assure you, Captain, that is not possible. My first officer says otherwise, Mr. Solon. So unless you can offer some proof for me, I'm not about to question one of my crew members here.
This is an unsecure channel. These are matters that cannot be discussed in a channel that can be monitored. But the lives of tens of millions of Federation citizens are at stake.
Understood. Perhaps myself, you, and my first officer will meet at the terrestrial enclosure, say, in 2 hours.
I assume you plan on meeting with the station commander first.
I do indeed, Mr. Solon.
Hello, Captain. Perhaps we could join you in that meeting. It's very important that we speak.
Whoever you are, I'm sorry we can't.
Yes, I hear you.
That will be acceptable as long as you can lock down your ship. Ensure that none of the rest of your crew leaves the ship, particularly the other 4 members that were aboard my ship. I trust your first officer, as a Vulcan, would not do something to damage the Federation as severely as someone on your crew is about to.
Give me presence command opposed.
I spend towards a value. Failure is not part of the business of Starfleet.
Sure.
All right, so I'm going to spend my determination. Oh, look at all that threat you're spending.
You know what? I did the same thing to the captain. It's your
I
turn.
know. I'm going to give you a couple of those back for an extra die.
Well, she didn't roll as hot, so that's only 3 successes. Sorry, 4
Well, I
successes.
got 2 for the determination. 3, 4, 5.
Gain a momentum.
Oh, I got my determination back. That never happens.
Very well, Mr. Solon. I will delay shore leave. Keep in mind, I cannot keep the ship repairs on hold for too long.
I understand. I will meet you in 2 hours.
Yes. At the
Slum will give for a location based on his knowledge of the station.
Twilight bar.
In 2 hours, Captain.
Looks to Lieutenant Wilkinson and close the channel. Commander, you're with me. Doctor just follows in because she's being nosy.
Well, Doctor, it appears that we should go get a drink.
I thought you'd never ask. So you've really only been here how long? A few hours?
Less than that.
Really?
But you say you've been here for days.
Yes, unfortunately. But I haven't seen anybody yet. But you're the first, so time is a weird thing. Apparently, we get thrown at different times at this place. Hopefully, we're all here, but maybe we can do some sort of scan. I'm not really up on all those trying to get past security stuff, but perhaps we could at least use a scanner to find them.
I attempted to use my tricorder to locate comm badges from our era. I located some, but couldn't pin them down. I'm not apparently do a very good job of using my tricorder.
Okay.
Oh, now that we're here.
Anyway, real quick. So Vogel and Cirsa. Vogel, as Cirsa just finished getting her items from the quartermaster, your tricorder starts to kind of buzz.
Think someone else just arrived in this time.
Oh, well, I suppose we should go look for them.
And I'll pull out the tricorder and see if I can pin down where they are.
Insight plus science difficulty 2.
I'll use the momentum. I'll reroll.
Get the momentum back. You actually have 2 locations. One was in the terrestrial enclosure. The other is more in the the lower decks of the station.
Well, looks like we have 2 hits, and I'll pull up a layout on the tricorder. We got one here and one here. Maybe.
So the rest of there.
Sorry, I just had someone talk at me. Yeah, it was a thing I had to listen to. So say again, please.
Oh, so I don't know if you heard the roll, but there's 2 hits on the tricorder,
Right, yes.
and I pointed to them. I got 1 hit here, 1 hit there. I think 1 was in the lower decks. 1 was somewhere else. Something about a turtle shell.
Terrestrial enclosure.
Yeah, that thing.
Oh, brilliant. Which one's closer?
I'll pull up a zoomed in map of the closer one.
The closest one is the terrestrial enclosure.
Yeah, that one. Looks like the enclosure is the closest one.
Well, we can start there. Splitting up is just...
It's a interesting device you have there. It's the quartermaster's kind of looking over your shoulder.
Oh, it's a brand new technology right out of development. I was lucky enough to be assigned one
Not
at
even
my
sure it's out of development yet, honestly.
at my last posting.
I see.
Don't worry, Alex. I'm sure you'll get a few shipped out here soon.
Well, I wouldn't mind a demonstration at some point once they roll out.
Oh, I'm sure Vogel can arrange that for you.
As soon as Starfleet Research issues them to the fleet at large. I was lucky enough to get a field test position.
If I recall correctly, that was a lot of paperwork. But you know what I mean by paperwork.
Oh yeah, paperwork, security clearances.
Oh, don't. I am a quartermaster. Don't tell me about the paperwork. I know all about the paperwork.
Paperwork is such fun. There could not be more sarcasm in that tone of voice. Anyway, we should get the move on.
My shift ends here soon. Do you sound like you needed some help? I'm more than happy to lend a hand.
There's some old friends that we're hoping to meet, but I'll let you know if we do need some assistance.
Sure. All right. You know where to find me. He just goes back to the back room.
Poor guy.
Try not to interfere with the timeline.
Oh, let's go.
Temporal
poor
dating is
guy.
never good.
What was that, Doc?
Temporal dating is never a good idea.
I know.
Long distance and yeah, a long time.
Yeah, you got the long distance issue and the the little thing called time. I definitely don't want to end up like Philip Fry.
Whomst?
Huh?
That's already been
Futurama.
solved. Futurama.
Oh, I've never watched that.
You should. It's hilarious.
The episode won an Emmy. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
But long story short, they go back in time, and the main character is basically his own grandpa.
Okay, good to know.
But yes, to the beep.
You head down to the terrestrial enclosure. High or low?
I'm feeling low.
You get to the building in question. It is a high rise.
Okay, Vogel.
I'll discreetly pull out my tricorder and scan to see if I could get an exacting location.
Please
Uh,
tell me it's not on the roof.
It is. There are two signatures. Both of them are 10 stories up at the very top of the roof. One looks like it was on the edge.
About 10 stories up. Looks like it was close to the edge.
Well, I'm not seeing any medical personnel or a smear on the ground, so I'm going to assume it didn't go poorly. Um, I guess we start climbing. By that I mean stairs, not the outside of the building, as much fun as that might be.
Or a turbo lift.
Yes, that also works. If there's a turbo lift in the building.
You get into the building. It is some sort of like apartment complex. You walk through, take the turbo lift up to the top floor, and then you take a staircase up to the roof. And there is no one in sight. It's got a little archipelago thing, so there's some grass, and it's a green roof.
Okay, green roof, so soft soil.
Yeah, it's a little soft soil.
So I could take a look and try to get some tracks.
Reason or insight, security difficulty 2.
My reason and insight are both exactly the same. Investigative techniques? Question mark.
Sure.
And I will generously donate you a thread. I swear I clicked the button. I did click the button. There we go. Do I want to fish? Fish. No, no fish.
You notice a set of 6 tracks. One led to the edge, and then rapidly backed away. They're replaced by another set of tracks, and then it looked like there was a set that suddenly appeared, like the other two, and then they did not leave the roof.
Oh. Would the area by the edge indicate any sort of scuffle? Particularly deep feet prints from that resisting being yeeted.
There is some paw prints on the ledge.
Hmm. Um, So, something unfortunate happened here.
What are you seeing?
Okay, you see these prints? I mean, paw prints. That tells you who that is, hopefully. I don't think. No one else had paws. Okay, so I thought, trying to. Whoever that was on the edge. Um, but there was resistance, and perhaps someone saw that there was someone hanging off the edge. These footprints have just materialized, so transporters, and then there's no leaving sign, so presumably also transported away. Which means they're in an office somewhere, probably.
Or if there was a scuffle, they might have ended up in the brig.
Also true. Yes, they
As
might have,
Vogel reminisces about her hours spent in there.
especially with what appears to be someone hanging off a roof. That is, yeah, that's pretty worthy.
So, are we trying to locate the captain, or should we keep looking for Commander Solon?
Uh, we've got a reasonable guess at where he would be, along with whoever was with him, which could be Solon. We still have, what is it? Solon, Dr. Mountain, uh, Lieutenant Laren, uh, who, especially Sai. There's a couple of people that could be. We didn't all arrive at once. So much fun.
Should we look at the other lead on the lower
I,
levels?
I think so. I mean, we know these ones have been picked up. We can always find them later, you know, or be called to have a conversation with them. Yes. On to finding whoever this third signal is. Second signal, third person, because there's two here.
If you're wanting to get like samples, that's gonna be reason plus science difficulty of 2 to figure out, biological signatures left behind, or medicine.
Well, there's claw print, so I think we pretty much know who is here.
The benefit of Cation is not wearing shoes.
Yeah. I guess we could always confirm it's not Solon. I wouldn't have that information, so yeah, let's go ahead and do that. What was the roll?
Reason, science, or medicine difficulty 2.
I used the momentum.
Get the momentum back. It is a second signature is Bajoran.
All right, so it's not Solon.
No.
Looks to be Bajoran.
Oh, well, that narrows it down.
So it does not look like Commander Solon was here. So good bet it might be that other signature.
Possibly. That or Dr. Mountain.
That correct. That it's that or to the doctor.
Or another double signature once we get down there. We'll find out.
Well, let's get moving.
And away we go. Adventure tag team, let's go.
You head down to the lower levels to where the signature was at, and you come to a Federation Museum of History.
And I'll discreetly scan the area here for any traces of who it could have been.
You know, if it was Solon here, this would be the exact place he would show up. Like, of course. Of course he would be in a museum.
I guess it would be very Vulcan of him.
It'd be very fitting for him in general. 'Cause, 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 ' His ironic placement.
Oh dear God. That was too good, Captain.
Okay. Reason science difficulty 1.
Diff 1. I'm still going to use the other momentum, try to get us some more here. I'll re-roll.
3
Hey, there we
momentum
go.
gained. You do detect a signature of where Solon appeared. He appears to have left the area and has been gone for some time.
Yep. This is undoubtedly Commander Solon.
You're at 3
Yes,
momentum.
it was, Captain.
You're at 3 though, so.
Yep, it's right.
Well, we know we're either looking for a Bob, the human, or he's actually just being a Vulcan this time.
We have communicators, right?
Yes, yeah, I believe we were issued those. Yeah.
You have the issues, but you did come through with communicators. So no one's tried to see if they worked yet or not. So
Did they give us ours back? Or do we have the
they
old
never
ones?
took it because they don't know it's a communicator.
Oh. Had I known that, I'll tap my comm badge and try to Vogel to Solon.
It does not work.
Ah, okay. I'll use the other one. I'll use the one they gave me.
The
You use-
GM's just be like, try it so I can crush your hopes, please.
There should be a way to get it to work. It's just that the Tenshi's not here. You need to.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
You
But
need
they did issue us station communicators, correct?
Yes, you do have a station communicator.
Yeah, I might as well try that as well.
You flip open the communicator.
Vogel to Solon?
Station ops comes like, crew member Vogel, there is no Solon here on the station.
Yep, right. Sorry, wrong name.
Understood, crewman.
Well, that is an advantage of being a crewman. You make a mistake and everyone's just like, silly crewman.
Not yet, Mr. Solon. A little backward in time, so.
Well, so since this new information about the comm badges comes to light, I'm gonna set mine to just send out pulses to the other comm badges if they get close to each other.
That's going to be a control engineering difficulty of 2.
I could do that. I'm gonna use a momentum. Because my engineer is 4, so I would know how to do this. That's why I just didn't think I thought they still had them.
Get the momentum back, and you set it up so it starts pinging, comm badges when they get close.
Yeah, this would have been a lot more helpful.
Okay.
You've got it now.
Fast forward as where are you two heading to, by the way?
Well, since we know that Solon's here, I'm gonna try to set my tricorder to scan for his life signs as we move through the station.
That's not going to be possible because you don't have that pre-programmed. So
But then we just record it?
you detected a Vulcan life sign.
Can't I set it to that life sign?
For 2 momentum.
I'll take it.
And where are you heading?
Probably where there's a lot of people. To try to scan as many as possible, or try to get close to as many as possible to see if any of the things I set up ping.
Okay, that's gonna be a while. So we'll head to the captain and a certain meeting that is taking place. You were captain. You were escorted up to the operations, essentially commander Enfinson, actually his office, and in walks in Captain Avery, also the lieutenant, the station security, and our first officer. She kind of looks at Commander. What is this all about? Uh, I think you should listen to Captain Athatnir from some point in the future, and a lot going on with your ship. It's caused some recent upsets on my station. Just kind of looks to you, Thatton.
Good day, Captain. We've never met, but your crew has met me. I'm Captain Athaton of the USS Tenshi.
You're that ship that was in that temporal distortion we encountered, which inadvertently swapped our crews.
Yes, it has come to my attention that there was a temporal divergence that has created a second timeline. Someone in the first timeline, either from the Tenshi or from your crew, brought back something to your ship. That information resulted in my timeline. I have been given orders to come back to adjust the temporal change for the benefit of the Federation and Starfleet. However, there are also persons from the first timeline who are here who wish to revert it back to the first incarnation. My intent in meeting with you is to prevail upon you what information I have and what others in this of the other timeline have, and allow you as the captain that makes the final call at the end of the day to make your decision. Actually, speaking of, he looks to the station commander. Commander, have you made contact with Commander Solon yet?
Not yet. And I'm about to bring in a Miss Vogel and supposed Lieutenant Sarissa.
Well, they can vocalize their time period for your or their argument, as the case may be, because as I see it, Captain, I have my duties and they have theirs, but at the end of the day, your ship is the one that's making the call. And although I am given a rather wide remit in what I can do, I think it's only appropriate to treat you with the respect of a Starfleet captain as you deserve. Hence why I'm trying to be as frank as possible, despite there being certain regulations, me minimizing how much you know. But at this point, it's better that, for all our sakes, that we, among the command staff, to minimize. If we're going to make a choice, we need to make small adjustments. Imagine we're all flying through an asteroid field at impulse speeds. Doable, but if we screw this up, we cause more damage than we would have if we just did nothing. At that point, Athaton will try his best to try to communicate what he knows of what he was briefed on about the temporal divergence and what happened, as best as we know and as best as Athaton himself knows. Just so she's informed.
What sort of divergence do you have in mind, Captain? Then, because apparently damage has already been done.
My information is technical data to the benefit of the Federation, with the end goal of maintaining the timeline as best possible, but minimizing a war that is currently going on in my time period. So the technical specs would have to be poured over by command and security to release it at appropriate intervals, so that we can touch the timeline gently as possible. So I'm carrying technical data that is advanced, which normally I'm not supposed to do that, but I have gained authorization to do that in that respect. I have not unlocked said data because it is at this point whoever gets it has to be very carefully distributed. Again, to minimize impact. This is intentionally breaking a prime directive for the benefit of the Federation, to put it in that way. Whenever we do such a thing among us captains, I imagine, I don't know how many times you've done it, but it's one of those things where when we do it, we do it with incredible care. And that's what I'm attempting to do. Although complications as they are have made me unfortunately involve the poor commander here. Apologies again for that. But these are unusual circumstances that we find ourselves in.
I see. Is there a reason why you wish to speed up advancement of Federation technology at such a rate? What?
The war that I'm currently in the middle of is in a prolonged state, and it has cost the Federation rather dearly. We're in a state where we're not losing the war, but we're in a stalemate. And the problem is, the longer that stalemate goes, the more people suffer. And we now have an opportunity to shorten that war or end that war far sooner. Since this data should put us over that extra yard, that extra ship length, just enough to get us ahead of our opposing force. The danger of this, I'll admit, is that this my timeline is a divergence. It is from what the first line is, and that, however, I have lived that life, and I can imagine I must prevail upon you that I am duty bound as a captain of that Federation and that Starfleet to defend it to the best of my ability. But this isn't the sort of fight where I can take a phaser to the problem. I'm talking to fellow Starfleet and Federation citizens. This is a delicate situation. And I am willing to detail to you, Captain, and your executive officer, and you as well, Commander, if the captain permits, the details of history to a point, so you can make an informed decision about that timeline. Because frankly, what you choose is choosing the future. I have to be careful about giving you too much detail, because it could, like your specific career or commander's specific career, because that could cause influences that unintentionally could ripple and cause unintended effects. But I'm willing to prevail upon a fellow captain and command officer in this regard. I know if I tell you anything, you'll just tell your executive officer. And to the station commander, he says, and to you, well, this is her call at the end of the day. So if she wants to hear it, great. If she doesn't, then I'll follow her wishes. I'm trying to be careful not to dictate too much from the future. I find that I've read reports of the future doing that, and it is very irritating. And I'd wish to try to minimize irritation in this regard.
Understood. Well, I appreciate your honesty in this, Captain. Then, if you don't mind, I would like some time to think about it.
I would advise you, in all fairness, to speak with those members of the first timeline. I've given that list of who's from my timeline, who's from the first timeline, and they can, they have their argument, and I think it's only fair that they hear it. Actually, now that I think about it, this is suddenly turning into a almost like a captain's mast. He shakes his head, sort of realizing that. Although we're judging time and history, not disciplinary conduct. I do not envy you, Captain.
Likewise. Excuse me. I have a ship that needs repaired.
Thank you for your time, Captain.
Don't thank me yet. And her and her first officer walk off.
Well, I think that went well, he says to the commander.
Well, she didn't want to show you an airlock. He kind of smirks a little.
Yeah, I know a few captains that might have done that in response to what I just said, but thankfully I know her already, so sort of. It's weird talking to people in history.
So, good things for my future? Just joking. I'm joking. Don't really want to know.
You.
I think we can.
I couldn't say, Commander, but
we'll get you to some better accommodations, Captain. Then some.
I might suggest as well that I probably should have a civilian clothes for this era. This uniform won't be recognized for a bit, and it's going to get me yelled at by temporal affairs. But I should probably minimize my use of this service uniform while I'm here. And I don't think it's appropriate for me to be wearing a uniform in this era, since I haven't earned my commission technically yet. Shakes his head.
I'll have some appropriate clothing sent down to the accommodations for you.
Appreciate it, Commander.
Lieutenant, please escort Captain Ethan here to his guest quarters. This way, sir.
Good day, Commander. All right, Lieutenant. Let's find out how fancy your accommodations are.
They are diplomatic suites.
I'm used to showing people the suites, not sitting in them. This will be a unique experience. And I just chat amiably with them.
Okay. And we're going to go back to the brig. Lieutenant Laren, you are in the brig. There is currently one security guard, and you've been here for probably a couple hours.
I guess, like everyone else in the party, I will suddenly realize that I still have my comm badge, and I'll try to change the frequency. to tie into the station's comms. Because I have personally worked on this station before, so I should be familiar enough to figure out what how to work with its computers.
I'm gonna make this daring engineering difficulty of 3. Reason why is because you're trying to do it in secret, and then I'm spending threat up the difficulty. And you know what? I'll up the complication by 1 because you're not working with appropriate tools. You're trying to fiddle with circuits with small pen like.
Would you take EPS powers? Not EPS, but computers.
Add increased complication.
Take 3. Yeah, take 3 threat.
What, my momentum isn't good enough?
Rerolling the complication with bold.
2 momentum gained, and you turn your manage to tweak the comm badge and tune it into the station's communications network.
Well, I guess there is a problem. I wouldn't be able to contact anyone who hasn't made the same modification, would I?
No, you would not be able to.
Well, that was wasted effort.
Well, you might be lucky and someone else might have had the same brainwave as you. As far as the computer's concerned, it'd just see it as another communicator, probably, at most. I would hazard to guess.
You could create an advantage that it updates comm badges of alike across the network. That might ping.
But I don't want to do that for everybody.
Because it would ping me.
Can I try to I don't know, stand in a corner so my voice is kind of muffled and call up to the bridge and say, something like the captain has ordered the prisoner in my cell to be released or something.
Do you want to come up to ops for that?
I don't know. Oh, I could. Oh, I could. Can I calm the brig and pretend to be the ops officer?
You can try.
I'll try that first. Yeah. I want to kind of stand so my voice is muffled, but yeah, I'll call the ops, the brig. I'll call the brig.
You call the brig. Scary guy, as you kind of walk away from him, goes over to the panel. Brig here.
This is ops. The captain wants to release the prisoner in cell, and then I say the cell number, and send them with all equipment except for their weapons. Issue them civilian clothing too. He doesn't want them impersonating Starfleet officers.
Presence command opposed.
Are you gonna spend 6 threat again?
I'll spend 3.
I'll spend it back at you.
I can't get rid of it. Oh my
Best part is
God.
I've not even been giving you
Wow.
threat.
Well, that's 4. I mean, there's no focus for this guy, but you just needed to roll under 10. Wow.
Good job, crewman.
I
GG's.
guess seeing that, I'll give you another 3 threat, because I'm not rolling with a focus.
Oh no.
Can I can I burn the value? Today is a good day to die, since I wasn't allowed to die, and
Sure.
spend it on no one can be trusted.
Sure.
Oh, I don't think that. Oh, it is. Never mind.
This poor timeline.
That's a tie.
I guess I'll accept the complication.
Oh.
Understood, Ops. I'll send her to the quartermaster for the clothing.
Very good. Ops out.
Just kind of like shakes his head like usual. Lowers the force field. Well, ma'am, you've been released. You're free to go.
Thank you, crewman. Am I going to be allowed to have my equipment back?
You have to go to the security office for that.
My, you sound kind of like the ops officer.
He's just kind of shaking his head like.
Can you point me in that direction?
Security office is just down the hall, and to get the was ordered to tell you to get some civilian clothing, but you have to go up to deck 1 operations. Quartermaster's up there.
I'll inquire about my equipment and then head to get a new uniform. Thanks.
No problem.
I'll walk off.
Are you sure you want to go to the security office?
Yeah, cause I can't do anything anywhere else on the station. The only chance I have to do what I want to do, is being protected in the security office at the moment. That being both pads with the futuristic information on them. So I want to get to those pads and destroy them. Because that doesn't matter what the captain of the Venture decides to do.
Okay. As you make your way to the security office, we are going to head over to the lounge. So on. And Doctor, you wait patiently at the lounge.
Well, the doctor did need a drink.
It's been a long couple days.
Doctor is Doctor by with his fake ID.
Yep. I'll get this round.
Gentlemen, is this seat taken?
No.
It's about to be taken by you.
Well, I just had an interesting conversation. So let's hear what you have to say first.
Captain, when me and my away team are returned to our home and sending your crew home, someone brought information from my home back to yours. Use that information to change the fate of the Federation. I suspect it was, and someone names the officer that is now at his time on Bajor. I can't remember what that officer's name was.
Captain Avery was the one that went to Bajor.
Is she the one that's in? I thought it was one of the communications officer that was the one
She had someone with her, yeah.
that retired to Bajor and is there.
No one retired to Bajor.
But pretty much the entire crew went down to the planet, I
Yeah,
think.
the entire crew went down to the planet.
Because there was one that had like, and that was in the later stages of senility, that was living on Bajor. That at one point we were going to go to Bajor to talk to.
She was not living on Bajor. Lieutenant Laren was talking about retiring to Bajor, going back in time and changing things that way.
Yeah, that was me. But no, there was someone who was going senile, but they weren't living on Bajor, and it was the comms officer.
Yes.
The one I'm thinking of. We believe that someone on my ship's crew either has supplied information, and I have a reasonable suspicion who, to an attempt to avoid certain negative influences on their home, negative events on their home world. However well-meaning their intent was, they create a situation that prolonged a conflict far beyond where it would have ended, and doubled the death toll on the planet they were trying to save. Me and my away team and my captain, in an altered timeline, attempted to use the Guardian of Forever to correct the mistake in the timeline. The Guardian sent us back. I assume there are others of my away team on the station or will be on the station. However, I don't think every member of the team intends to correct the mistake. I am unsure of why the Guardian allowed all of us to come back, since the Guardian seemed quite upset that someone had altered the timeline.
Who knows what the Guardian?
It is my intention to try to find the information that was brought back to this time and destroy it so that it cannot be used to alter the timeline. It is my assumption that once that information is destroyed, the Guardian will bring us back. At least that is what I seem to remember from Admiral Kirk's logs from his encounter with the Guardian.
I'm not going to speculate on what the Guardian Forever's interest is in all of this, but obviously there has been changes in the timeline, and I am unsure as to why. Despite your very cryptic warning to me when you departed.
When I last left you, I was unaware that someone from my ship was going to attempt to change the timeline. It was quite disturbing, my return home. Perhaps the worst of it was seeing what the altered time did to my captain, who had been a occasion of exploration, was trying to push Starfleet back towards its roots, what it was originally designed to be.
Well, to be fair, our timeline does provide you with a new wife. So I'm not sure it is entirely a terrible thing to have.
I am interested that you are unfamiliar enough with Vulcans that you believe that is more important to me than restoring time. Even the Guardian said that the time we were in was not correct.
I'm not suggesting one way or the other. I'm simply saying that it wasn't all terrible, as you so mentioned a moment ago. But if you say there's a lot less deaths, then I may lean towards that direction. Because war is terrible.
Doctor, the war had been over for more than 2 years. And from what I gather from information, the things that led to the end of the war, but specifically the individual that leads to the end of the war, perished. Which means the war you are in will never end.
That does not sound very good. But continuing the war or changing timelines, and that's far beyond what we can expect on a regular basis around here. But I must say, it is important to make sure that it's going for the betterment of all. If we can minimize the suffering, then I'm definitely leaning towards that.
I cannot force you to make a decision, Captain. But the directive that was violated and is possibly still being attempted to violate, someone is attempting to violate, is as fundamental to the Federation as the Prime Directive. A violation of it would be near identical to a violation of the Prime Directive, a violation of the very foundation, the very principles of the Federation.
Indeed. Your captain said some things on a similar line.
Then I take it you have met Captain Athat.
I just did.
Well, it's good to know that they've made it. Did you know of anybody else?
Not that I'm aware of. I only know of 3, counting the 2 of you.
Indeed. Well, we should talk to them as soon as possible.
I'm curious, Captain Avery. Did Captain Athaton express a desire to repair the timeline or to alter it further?
Give me oppose presence command. She's not sure who to trust.
Should Athaton and Solon be opposing each other since we're the ones arguing?
You know what? That sounds good. Go with that.
Yeah. Because it's our ideas that are warring with her, so this is unfortunate for me.
Is my flat roll against your flat roll?
That's a dangerous thing to offer to a Cation.
Because what I'm going to say is I would like to invoke disarming nature with the captain since I'm
Free
naturally
it.
trustworthy.
Yeah.
You're not present. So.
Yeah, but I talked to her earlier. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not going to do determination or anything like that. I'll just roll straight with you.
Have
rather than spend
determination.
Resources.
You used to use determination.
I can challenge again, is what I'm saying. I can think of a way to do it.
That's fair. I still have my determination.
Yeah, you can't challenge a value twice. We set that limit to 1, like
Yeah.
a couple months ago.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, after the death of, or after the removal of Tala, because I burned all 4 values in one game, we decided to go down to 1.
Well, that changes my answer. Did he just spend his determination or no?
I did not.
Okay, good. That changed whether or not I was going to be spending a bunch of threat. Inspiration focus. I'm reaching.
No, I was gonna say
Yeah.
persuasion.
Yeah, that'd be the better one here.
I have that.
Bang.
Oh,
You might want to reroll Commander Solon. Yeah,
I mean,
it's a 1 in 20 shot, but otherwise you've lost.
I'd like to, but I made a deal in good faith with the other player.
Yeah. Because otherwise it would have turned into a threat battle, I think.
He didn't say too much, but I have things to think about. It's remember, even though you are from the future, Mr. Solon, it is our present.
It is in a way my present as well. As a starship captain that has not been worn down by years of war and conflict, I will trust you to uphold the ideals of Starfleet. Without those ideals, what is the point of Starfleet and the Federation?
Well, you've given me some thoughts. I'll have to think on this matter. I'll be in touch, Mr. Solon.
Nice to meet you, Captain.
Oh, she already left.
Right, Captain.
And around this time, both Vogel and Sarissa kind of wander into the lounge, following the tricorder readings.
oh, that looks like him over there.
Yes, it does. Ooh, interesting clothing, though.
And we'll walk over.
The doctor. Oh. We didn't pick him up, though.
Ah, lieutenants.
Doctor, Commander.
Ted Vogel
Have a
and
seat.
Sarissa. Is agreeable to see you. I'm curious.
I would even say
you-
good.
What was your line, Commander?
How long have you been here?
For me, probably about a day and a half at this point.
Day and a half. I've been here almost 3 days.
Been trying to find all the crew members. I guess the only one I haven't located has been Laren.
I just recently learned the captain has been here and has been in contact with Captain Avery of the Venture.
I see.
I have done what I could to convince Captain Avery to search her ship, to find the information that changed the timeline. I am unsure whether or not I was convincing enough.
Hmm. Well, there is Plan B, and I happen to have the right uniform for it.
Plan B?
Search for it and find it myself.
You'd have to get access to their ship.
That shouldn't be too hard. Hopefully. But that is an if needed thing, and I'd rather not.
So what are our options?
I just
Find
don't
a
know what's going to happen if we allow the timeline to proceed the way it might go. If I knew for sure that we would get the message before the timeline splits, I would try to leave a message for us to about this event. But our timeline not might exist after this.
It would exist from this, wouldn't it?
Yes,
What's that?
It would exist from this time forward. It could be only from now forward, regardless of how we choose it.
Yes, congratulations. I mean, the three of us, from a different timeline, came to yours, remember everything about ours. Which means if this changes, you might be in the same boat as us.
Maybe so.
That'd be confusing.
Whatever the catalyst was that caused this event might not exist anymore. I was gonna, since we did technically work on this station in our timeline, potentially leaving a hidden message for us when we eventually come back here in our timeline. But if that timeline no longer exists, we might not ever come back here to receive it. That
Well,
was
think
trying to
about it.
prevent the whole thing.
Think about it. Just if you do it now, then the future you may find it if that time exists. If not, it's no bad thing to try. I mean, we have to be. I don't know. It's just this temporal stuff is so confusing sometimes. But either way, as
I've
long as we
headaches all
are,
day thinking about it, Doctor.
maybe I should take some more classes on temporal mechanics. But
I don't like temporal mechanics.
I concur.
leave that to the experts.
I think our first option is to rely on Captain Avery to make the best decision. Sarissa's idea is perhaps the second option. The last drawback option that I can think of is that I can attempt to contact myself, but that is quite dangerous.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, from all of the rules, it's dangerous. Yes.
But we still run into the same issue.
Yeah.
The catalyst that caused it in our timeline might not exist anymore. It'll be a paradox, I know, but it is possible that the event that caused all of this in the first place might not even have to exist.
That is true. I'd say I believe that attempting to alter or fight time would be our last option. I would prefer Lieutenant Sarissa's idea, an attempt to locate and destroy the information here and now, than attempting to contact our future selves or leave messages in the Starbase 17 computer.
That idea would, of course, be a failsafe or a very last Hail Mary, pray to whatever deity you believe in, last dish effort to prevent all of this in the first place.
Wasn't that an old cricket saying?
Maybe?
Hail Mary?
Perhaps it was human baseball.
I don't know.
Neither do I. I didn't.
I heard my grandmother use that phrase quite often. This experience has got me thinking about them a lot.
Indeed.
That's fair.
It is reasonable. And I agree with you, Lieutenant, that as a last option, it beats the alternative of attempting nothing.
So what are your orders, sir?
In case it is needed, let us see what options do we have for locating the information in case we need to destroy it. Lieutenant Vogel, Lieutenant Saris, do you have suggestions of how we might locate the information?
Well, it would have had to have come from one of the Ventures away team when they were on our ship. That's the only opportunity they could have had to obtain that information. And I would imagine that they would keep it close to their persons if it's an important enough information, which it would be.
Is there a big enough difference between data devices used by us and data devices used by them that it could be scanned for?
There are differences. I
The
suppose we could scan for them. What do you
The-
think, Lieutenant Vogel?
the quantum signature might be different. It is possible to check the individual atoms for their quantum number, and it should be different.
Or just chronotons, right?
Oh, what was that?
Or just chronotons, the time particle things.
I was thinking more of a real science way to tell how old something is.
This is also true. Yes. Oh, you mean like just carbon dating, basically?
yeah, getting the data of the atoms themselves.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
And we could definitely see if something's older, a couple hundred years older, although that would be very, very, very difficult trying to locate, especially with these sensors.
You're the one that's up to the task. We trust you.
Unless, of course, they do have 24th century technology that we could actually scan for, but I don't think it would be that simple. I'll still look.
We know, Jim, if there have been changes in the materials used for data drives over the last 100 years? Or between the two eras?
So they replicated the drive to match the specifications of like the data card essentially to the specification used for this era. Like these for the ones that were created by the captain with the specifications. So
I think I did the same thing for the old one.
Yeah, we're just talking about the old one. We don't even know about the new data drives.
No, Salon knows.
Oh, Salon. No. Oh, yeah.
yeah, it was even saying in the log that because the Captain Avery was fiddling with it and trying to decide what to do with it, the information.
Oh, hey, Solon, if we would remember that, then you know that she has it now. You don't have to figure out who has it or where it is. She should have it now. That means you just need to get to her quarters. That means she's been lying to you.
She never said she had it though. The Solon.
I think that communication officer is the one that has that stuff.
No. Solon saw the video of her like playing with the disc, so she might already have it in her quarters.
It's worth looking for, at least.
Yeah, with Vogel, and I don't remember that.
It was one of the researches you did. You got. Oh wait, was that Solon that got that, or the captain that got that?
That was Solon that got that.
Yeah. So you know that at some point, either now or in the future, the captain gets a hold of it.
We may just alerted the captain. If that's true, she might be looking for it now. Or she's the one that had it already.
Perhaps we need a plan to infiltrate the venture.
This will be fun.
I believe you said you had an idea, Lieutenant Sarissa.
Oh, I mean, I'm presently just in operations colors, and the crewmen, and they need repairs, so
So disguise.
Well, we have to do this without getting caught, because if we get caught, it may push Captain Avery more towards Captain Althatton's position.
Could we wait until the captain informs us of her decision and then act?
I would suggest that, yes.
That is my preference as well, but we do need a plan for infiltrating the venture in case she decides to side with Captain Althatton. We may need to act quickly.
If they are awaiting repairs, I could try to get onto the maintenance team.
We can probably pull that off.
We are crewmen, after all.
Exactly.
That seems like a reasonable plan. Carry it out, Lieutenant. And we'll need to modify or reactivate our comm badge so that we can communicate with one another.
Oh, I can handle that for you, Commander. And I'll
And
reach
I'll-
out my hand for the comm badge.
We'll hand this comm badge to her.
And I'll reach for Sarissa's as well.
Control engineering difficulty 2, complication range 2.
I hand you my comm badge.
I'll give you a threat and spend 2 of the momentum. All right, there we go.
Gain a momentum. And you modify all the comm badges to where you can communicate with each other.
That should do it.
The other thing we need to be aware of is Captain Althatton is on the station, and he may attempt to prevent us from succeeding. We need to be wary of him. He is wise and crafty. It is also possible that if the rest of us are here, it is possible that Lieutenant Lauren is here as well. While Captain Althatton and us are at odds in this endeavor, we would not want to see Lieutenant Lauren succeed in another assassination attempt.
Maybe that's the scuffle we've seen.
You saw a scuffle?
When we were trying to find other members of the team, we found a temporal signature and we found claw marks that appeared to be some type of scuffle or a fight between 2 people. It is possible that the other set of prints could have been Lauren's.
Well, the Lauren I know would only do that if she had a really good reason.
Why did she try to assassinate Captain Althatton?
I don't have that answer.
I believe that Lieutenant Lauren was taking extreme measures to prevent Captain Althatton from attempting to alter the timeline further. I spoke to Lieutenant Lauren before we left the Tenshi. She seemed determined to allow us to correct the timeline. I'm still not sure how far I trust her or believe her, and I certainly disagree with her methods. I cannot say whether she is on our side or not, but it seems logical that she will attempt to injure the captain again.
Well, I hope we're all on the Federation side at least.
At least our version of the Federation side, at least I would imagine.
Indeed.
We take the same oaths. Unless yours is different.
Which that's what I'm not understanding about all of this. If we did take all the same oaths and the temporal prime directive applies, why is anyone trying to fight us on this? There's technology from the future that exists in the past.
I confess,
Clearly it's damaged the timeline already.
Ah,
I'm not condoning anyone's particular actions. I'm just simply putting the ideas out there that we must consider.
I confess I do not understand the captain's motives, in that the war will be over when the timeline is corrected.
Well, if your Athaton is anywhere like mine, they are an honorable captain, honorable person. So if you can at least appeal to that part of them, you can get a communication through. Perhaps get your ideas through.
I mean, from what I've seen of the reading up on the war, it seems brutal. Even more died in this version of the Dominion War than ours.
I'm sorry there's a version in yours as well. But yes, it has been a long war.
Doctor, you are, as a ship's doctor, privileged to see the captain's psychological profile. Your version of Captain Athaton is very different from mine, but if I were to meld with the captain and show him, do you think it might change his position?
I would definitely like to talk to the captain. If I can figure out the best way to do so as soon as possible, that might help solve all our problems. We're all on the same side, I think, ultimately. So let's figure this out.
Yes. Very well. Service Lieutenant Vogel, you will make arrangements for our Plan B. The doctor and I will attempt to locate the captain and persuade him from his course of action. If that goes badly, Lieutenant Vogel, you will be in command of the away team.
Do have to point out that Sarissa is the senior officer commander.
Oh, so
the
that's
entire time Curses actually had seniority over Vogel.
that's a player mistake, not a salon mistake. I'll switch that.
It's been amusing for the last however long.
Look, I'm old. You got to forgive the old guy.
All right. So while you're making plans, to a certain engineer who is making her way through the decks towards a certain office.
Can I see inside the office without going in?
They didn't really put windows, so not really no. I'll even spend 2 threat for that complication.
Well, they're just gonna have to believe me and hope that there's not more than a couple of people. I will proceed as planned.
So you walk into the security office. There is a crew
Oh no,
member.
can I don't want to go in there and do that. I would like to just go down the corridor somewhere to the nearest like engineering closet. That would be super dangerous. The people in there got phasers.
Okay, you go to the nearest closet.
And I will try to overload EPS conduits going into that room. And I would like to give myself 45 seconds to warn the people in there, if possible.
Daring plus engineering. Spend threat on this.
And I need to make it big enough to basically guarantee that anything in that room is destroyed.
Basically set the room in plasma fire.
Yeah.
Difficulty 4, complication range of 3.
EPS systems.
Yes.
Did you boost the complication?
Complication range is 3, difficulty of 4.
All right, take 6 threat.
You'll never get rid of that threat, GM.
I'm trying.
It's not going to happen.
Oh my god.
The dice are.
There's
rigged.
nothing. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. I got rid of the complication, but I still failed.
Yeah. You didn't blow yourself up, so there's that.
Yeah, that would be the cop. But yeah, unfortunately, the EPS grid, as you try to send an overload, a backup system kicks in and stops the overload from happening.
I guess I'll go into the office and try to talk my way out of my problems, which doesn't seem very helpful, but you know, we can try talking for once.
All right, you walk.
Oh, before I go in there, one more thing. I'd like to try the communicator trick again. I'd like to call this security office. I'd like to go back in the engineering closet and call that security office from my communicator.
Okay.
Ops to security station.
This is Ray Cisco. Go ahead.
Oh, you're not going to pull that on me, are you? You tell me I was about to kill Cisco?
That's just a relative. It's fine.
Could be a relative. Could be a great grandfather. You don't know.
Okay. I'll say. Yes, Cisco. This is Ops. This prisoner was just released from security. Captain has authorized them to take all of their equipment except for their phaser weapons.
Captain.
The station's commander on orders on the suggestion of Captain of the Venture. The orders come from the commander, but you know, he said to make sure the captain's name was in the log because it was her request.
Presence command opposed.
That tap dance. Whoops! No, I mean, I meant to say that. That was good.
Presence command opposed.
All right. Roll flat if you're rolling flat.
I'll roll flat.
Just kidding. 6th threat. Haha. No.
It's only one success, so.
Ooh, momentum.
He hasn't rolled yet.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was being.
Yeah, I did. I rolled the Oh, I
Or
rolled
says-
control security, not presence. My control is only one better than my presence, so I would have still succeeded twice. I get a presence of 11.
Presence
Oh,
command?
so
No, I have a presence of 11. My presence security is a 13, so
Oh,
I
you're
would have
rolling
still.
15. Okay. Yeah, so 1 momentum gained.
okay.
Yeah, then I'll say yeah. So, just clearing things up. The commander wants you to return his equipment and return the prisoner's equipment, her equipment, and the equipment of the prisoner she came up with, because she will be going to meet that prisoner also. They've both been released by captain's orders. No phasers though.
Understood.
Opts out. And then I'll walk into the room full of people with phasers to see if that worked.
There's actually only one person in there.
Oh. Okay.
They're on patrol, presumably.
Well, that was quick. It's a quiet station. Not a lot happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came here straight from security. From the brig, which is also part of security.
Right. He grabs the box. I don't know what this stuff is, but here's everything. I think these are weapons. He pulls out the
I'll point to the phasers and say, yes, those are phasers.
and he takes out 4 phasers and sets them down, and that's everything.
Why are there 4? Oh, I guess I can now assume that there are more than just either that or the captain secretly had 2 phasers hidden somewhere.
Yeah, 4 phasers, so yours, the captain's, and then 2 others.
I say we need a picture of the captain with a bandolier of phasers now.
And there are 4 belts.
Are the
Sashes and belt,
are the data pads there? Because I don't care about any of the other stuff.
for 2 momentum.
I'll pay that. Yeah. Yeah. Once I get the pads, I'll take the equipment just to show that I'm taking it, and I'll leave. I'm gonna go back to that engineering closet, and I'm gonna stomp on all these and break them into small pieces.
Fitness, security, difficulty 2.
Those are some sturdy data
They
pads.
are
Hell
sturdy.
yeah.
They are very sturdy. All right? It's more not so much the pads; it's the discs.
Then instead of that, can I use either the pads themselves or the personal shield generators to short out and wipe the memory of the discs?
I use the pads to destroy the pads.
Basically, I'd rather use engineering than security. So if I could like just surge the power and wipe all the data off, I'd be fine with that too.
Daring engineering difficulty of 2 to wipe the data on the stuff.
Computers, since these are computer data disks,
Sure.
take a threat. Ah, finally a good roll. I was destined to be a data wiper, I guess.
2 momentum gained, and you wipe the data on all the discs.
I hit my comm badge to basically hail all the. Can I remake? I don't know if I did make that modification. The modification that allowed me to talk just to the other comm badges. I think I skipped over that, didn't I?
You made a modification to tap your comm badge, and you can essentially do a general ping to all the comm badges with the similar signature as yours.
Okay,
Which
so
should,
I can just talk to the crew.
you could, yes, but it was a 2 momentum spend.
I'll spend the 2 momentum, and I'll open frequencies to all of those comm badges, and I'll say, "This is Lauren. I've wiped the data off of the disks that we brought. The worst possible outcome is now that the future is the one that me and the captain are from. It can't get any worse than that. Lauren out."
I mean, technically, you guys can now communicate with each other with the communicators. So
Oh, I thought I can only like ping them. I can't
you,
talk to them.
so that was the ping, and you sent out the communication, and then you told everybody what it is over the open thing, and the ping was to register the comm badges all onto the same network as you, essentially.
So I did send out that message, and only
Yes.
our people heard it.
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, that's fine. That's what I wanted to do.
So what data did you
The
delete?
the schematics of a Galaxy, a Defiant, and several different weapon systems.
So you have prevented further contamination of the timeline.
Yeah, actually, only Salon knows what I would mean, though. Only the Salon and Captain would know what I mean when I said what I said, though. Because the only other 2 people who knew what were on those discs.
I just wasn't, me as a player wasn't sure what was on there.
Yeah. I guess I'll just go up to the Arboretum deck or whatever it is now and just, like, I don't know, sit out in the park and enjoy the afternoon or something. That's kind of all I had planned.
Enjoy the end of the universe, so to speak.
Does the captain say anything over open comms? Because you hear this on your comm badge, Captain.
I will. I don't touch the. I won't respond to the comm badge. I will instead go to a wall panel and call up station operations.
Station up here.
Hello. I would like to have. This is Thatton here. I'd like a urgent meeting with the captain of the Venture. Pass message on that situation has changed drastically, and I need to update her
Certainly.
or her executive officer.
I will pass
Thank
along
you.
that message.
Appreciate it, Ops. And he'll let go of the contact and grab a pad and start writing down notes.
As you do it, few moments pass by, and you hear a buzz at your door.
Do I have my tricorder with me still?
Yeah,
I'm gonna scan what's beyond the door.
a human female.
Okay, it's humans. I'll open the door from my side.
You said it was urgent.
Yes, please come in, Captain.
She walks into the room.
And I'll lock the door, but I'll make it an obvious gesture that it's, if she wanted to do it, she easily could just press the right buttons on this side. It's a passive lock. Well, Captain, I have been made informed. I don't know what your decision is. However, the data I was going to transmit to you has been intercepted and destroyed. So my proposed plan to you would be modified in that I wouldn't be able to give technical data. I would have to give strategic and what knowledge I personally have, and hopefully that Starfleet Security and Command would make the appropriate choices if you chose to go with my request to maintain my timeline. I wanted to let you know this now because the decision might be is starting to be taken away from you as time goes on. There are people from, at least one person from my timeline, who has actively tried to kill me to prevent me from accomplishing my mission, and has directly interfered and intercepted the data. And I don't know how safe I am while we're on the same station. Or even how safe any of us are, since she's willing to take drastic, direct action to achieve her goals. I'm ashamed to say I have a mutineer in my ranks, and I can't really get control of her.
Then I suggest you work with the station's commander and apprehend her.
Sorry, say again, GM. You cut out.
She kind of like looks at you like, I suggest you look in, work with the station's commander and attempt to find her before any that happens.
That's my next call, but I wanted to get in touch with you first to inform you of the danger. And yeah, this is what I intend to do. Depending on how this goes, I intend to write down as much notes as I can, and I'll send them to you to use or destroy as needed, because frankly, I'm dealing with a opponent who is as experienced in Starfleet as I am, and is as good a war officer as I am. So this is, even with Station Command, I don't know which one of us is going to come out and if we fight each other again. So anyway, Captain, thank you for your time. I have a mutineer to fight.
Good luck, Captain.
To you as well, Captain. I'd suggest stepping up your security, but he shrugs. You know your ship better than I do.
I'm told that I had to evac most of the crew off my ship as it is to get the repairs underway, so it's going to be a little difficult. Well, she gestures to shake your paw. Best of luck.
I reach out. I'll shake her hand. To you as well, Captain.
She heads to the door, unlocks it, and proceeds out.
And I believe my comm badge is chirping, according to chat.
Is it?
If it isn't, I'm going to call up Station Ops again.
Commander is trying to.
Yeah.
Your comm badge is beeping.
Okay. So halfway to the panel. Oh, for love. I take out my tricorder and scan briefly to make sure a Bajoran signature isn't near me. After securing that knowledge, I'll check my comm badge.
Better Salon to Captain Althatten. We receiving.
Receiving. I believe you heard the last transmission.
I did. I am not disapproving of the lieutenant's actions this time, but I would feel more comfortable if she were in custody.
Let me ask you this, Commander, and I know you can't really be insulted, but forgive the social grace here, but I have to ask. Are you approving of her lethal methods of achieving your mission?
If I approved of her actions, Captain, I would not have ordered my officers to stop her when we were aboard the Tenshi.
That's all I needed to hear, Commander.
I understand that we have both spoken to Captain Avery.
That would be a safe assumption.
I'd like an opportunity for the two of us to sit down and speak. And I have your doctor as well. Or at the very least, he is with me.
You know, anyone else saying that, Commander, that would have sounded somewhat threatening, but I know that's just the way you talk.
Yes, I'm fine, Captain.
Thank you, Doctor. He does chuckle, like, just out of the stress of what's going on. Commander, I would love to have a chat with you, but at the moment, I'm going to have to coordinate with the station commander to fight someone who's out for my neck. Because as much as she said that she destroyed the data, she is wise enough to know that there is another source of future knowledge present, and we're both still the three of us are still breathing. The four of us are still breathing, and I don't know how extreme her methods are going to be. So I need to act with the foreknowledge that I have a mutineer and murderer in my on station. So until I'm done with that task, I cannot safely negotiate with you further on our opposed missions. If you wish to help me, fighter, I'm willing to help, but you'll want to talk to Station Command about it because we're playing on their station, and it seems discourteous to leave him out of the equation.
I am not opposed to assisting in the apprehension of Lieutenant Lauren. If I am unsuccessful in my mission, she will need to be captured and court-martialed.
If you're successful in your mission, it'll be a non-starter since she won't exist anymore. But I'm more worried she may cause more harm than I think.
Shall we then? Perhaps we shall meet in operations.
I'll request a meeting between myself and yourself with Station Command. If he calls you up, you'll know it's what happened. I'm halfway to the panel right now.
Be advised, if he is not aware I am here.
Acknowledged. You might want to keep it that way. For tactical purposes. With that note.
Well, Doctor, at any rate, we know which direction he'll be headed in shortly.
That is true. Well, let's do our best here.
And I'm going to call up Station Ops.
Station operations here. How can I help you?
Hello, this is Thatton. I wish to bring to your attention that we have a security threat aboard station. I request a meeting with the station commander, and would recommend one Vulcan Solon be discreetly summoned to the commander's office as well, since we are both aware of the threat. I would make this urgent but discreet, ops. Please and thank you.
Very well. I will notify the commander.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna speed some stuff
Yep.
along. Back at the lounge. Real quick, as the four of you get up and leave. So it means Solon's heading out the door to meet the captain along with the doctor. And those two leave. Sarissa and Vogel, you get ready to head out. When two individuals walk into the lounge.
Oh, huh. Familiar, Vogel?
You wouldn't know
Not to
her.
me.
You would recognize him. He was on the bridge of the Venture.
I think we've seen both of them on the Venture by looking through the logs and such. We know they're both Venture crew. That's about it.
Yeah.
If
The
we're
girl
trying
kinda-
to not be if we're trying to not be recognized, we probably don't want to talk with them.
No, but we can listen. I can listen.
I'll
I will
just-
listen.
Are you listening?
Control eavesdropping. So let's go control security or control con difficulty 2.
Um, investigative techniques.
Increased complication.
Okay. What difficulty am I looking at here?
2.
2. Okay. Have a threat for my security stuff. There we go.
2 momentum generated. That's what I was thinking. Civilian kind of walks up. What can I get the two of you? I'll just take a beer, says Henry. Sorry, and brandy, if you don't mind. Waitress kind of looks a little stunned. One Sorian brandy and one beer. She just kind of plops her head on the table. That's unusual for you to drink something like that. I just feel like I have the weight of the world on my shoulders. I don't know what to do. What happened? Kind of like leans in. And he whispers in her ear something and don't make out. She just nods. And the waitress comes back, sets the drinks on the table. Can I get the two of you anything to eat? Nacho platter. She just shrugs. Nacho platter coming up. And she kind of reaches into a sleeve and pulls out a day disc and starts leaning in, twirling the disc. She lays it flat on the table and then takes up and takes a swig of the Solian brandy, sets it down. And kind of leans in. Perhaps you should just talk with the captain about all this. I was told not to talk to anyone. Waitress returns a few moments later, drops off the nacho platter. And the two just start chit chatting.
Okay.
You hear anything?
Well, she's not acting herself. There's something heavily on her mind. That is what I can weigh up. And through inferment, whatever it is on that disc. By fact, she's fiddling with it. That or it's just something she keeps on her to fiddle with if she's stressed. It's hard to tell.
You said she had a disc on her?
Yes.
I'm going to discreetly
It's
with my
on the table.
I'm going to discreetly with my tricorder try to scan from the table the disc and really trying to see the quantum signatures to see if it's from our time.
They would match if it's from like both here. You're talking about the signatures would be in terms of reference a different dimension.
No. Like the age of the atoms to see if they're different.
Oh, like carbon dating. Yeah.
Yeah, because even if it was old tech, it would still come off as new, made in a different time period. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not carbon dating because there's no carbon, but real science, because I studied physics, there's you can tell the age of atoms, and so that's what I'm trying to do.
The
So it's going
problem
to be
is,
very difficult.
yeah, the problem is though it wouldn't, because the disc went back in time. If you succeeded, it would only look like a couple of days old.
No, the materials it's made out of.
Are you wanting to see if it's replicated or not?
Because that would give it away. They can't replicate stuff back in.
They can't
I mean,
really
if-
replicate stuff back at this point in time. Like
If
this is
that's the easier scan, then yes.
okay.
Yeah, that's the easier scan for sure.
So actually, it's going to be so this will be reason plus science difficulty of 2, but I'm going to up the complication range because you're trying to be discreet with the scan to its complication range 3, difficulty of 2.
All right, I'm using all the momentum.
I'd give you my determination if I could.
I technically have one.
Gonna spend it. Probably now would be the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend it on nothing is more important than the mission because this is why we're here.
Sure.
And then I will spend 2 of the momentum then to get the reroll.
So you're at 1 momentum.
Yeah. I don't think I have a focus. So here we go. Oh.
It's 3. You succeed, but there's 2 complications.
All right, I do have a reroll, though, so let's start there. And we do have one momentum, so I think if I could get rid of one, I think we could quash the other, because we do have a momentum still on the table. Okay,
Gain
so I
2
think I gained
momentum.
2.
Gain
I'm going to
2.
use that 2 to squash the other one.
Oh my god.
We still
That
have 1
was-
though. I think we still have 1 because
Yeah.
I gained
Yes, you still have
4.
1.
Yeah.
There was 4 total. It was difficulty 2. So yeah.
Yep.
The data disk does seem to have components in it that would indicate that it was replicated in a replicator. But in terms for atoms, it's only a few days. It's like 4 or 5 days. 4 days old.
Which is even more. Yeah, that's the evidence I need. So I'll look up at Sarissa and just get like a very affirmative, like, yes, that's it.
Oh. Okay. Well. I could just go over and talk to her.
Why do you want to play this?
Yeah, I'd rather not steal it. That's just unfortunate. So I'm just going to.
If we had, yeah, if we had phasers, I would just say just shoot the thing and run.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Well, if you were right, you wouldn't even have to run.
Yeah. Stand up and take a step towards them. Excuse me. I'm sure he recognizes me after a second.
She won't, because
He will.
What it taps Alora. She's like almost in a drunken stupor, twirling the thing around.
No, yes, it is who you would expect it. Who you think it is.
She's
Hello
all
again.
white, lightweight. What are you doing here?
We can take a seat and talk about this. I would have liked to speak with her, but she seems a little.
Look, she's got something going on. All right, just let her be.
We're
all right?
aware of what it is. That is why we're here.
Aren't you supposed to be
Yes, there's the
back
whole.
to the future or something?
We went back there, and it wasn't our future. What she has changes that, changes everything.
It's just a data card.
And a data card that holds some quite important data that you shouldn't have. I was going to try and talk to her and make a case for just handing it over and ending this all here. Nothing changes for me.
Talk to her, I guess.
Thank you.
Goes over, picks up some nachos. And takes some.
Take a seat beside. What was she, a lieutenant?
She's a lieutenant, yes.
Excuse me, lieutenant?
Huh? Oh, should never did story and brandy. I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm, Lieutenant Sarissa. Your friend over here knows me.
Okay.
And I believe you know someone from my ship. You were recently there. Like they gave you that data drive that you have.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you're supposed to keep it a secret, most likely. But I do know. If you will listen, I would like to make a case for you just handing it over. I don't think we've got any medicine to make you not drunk. Would you like a glass
I'm
of
not
water?
drunk, just woozy.
Tipsy, would you like a glass of water?
I'm fine.
Okay. Would you want to hear this bluntly?
How bad can it be?
Um, double the casualties that there would have been.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not supposed to look at this.
Yes. Uh, significant casualties. If you don't know
Casualties?
what's yes, if you don't know what's on there, it's hard to explain to you. What you have there will change how events occur, and how those events occur are necessary. I
I
would
was
like for
told this would make things better.
whoever gave that to you genuinely believes that. But sometimes things cannot be changed. They've happened, they're the way they are. Trying to change things will only make them worse. Trying to fix things, especially playing with time. My future, the one that I have lived, is no longer exists
Then I'll just give
because
it.
of what's on that.
I'll give it to the captain. She'll know what to do.
Uh, would you tell your captain exactly where you got it from?
I wouldn't lie to her. Is that what you mean?
That would make things much longer than they need to be. This could all be a passing memory for all of us.
Like, how bad is this information gonna like mess with the timeline? Seemed like he had it pretty well there.
From what we had and what you saw, the ships exist, but we are not at peace. We are fighting. It is a war that is drawn on and on and on.
War.
Yes, and it doesn't need to happen. And it's not with the people you know. So saying more about it is not beneficial. But it is a large war, and it will drag on because of what is on that disk.
Billions of people will die because of this data.
President's command opposed. You guys get one free success because of her current mental state.
Um, disarming nature?
So two free successes. I have threat. Comp is going to be 3 though for the roll, and I'm rolling 3 dice.
The value of one cannot always afford kindness because this is not a particularly nice thing we're doing with her.
Definitely
Well,
trying to give her a guilt trip.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, we'll go with that. And I've got persuasion as a focus.
Sure. It's more like intimidation. 3 momentum gained.
Nice.
Fine. She just scoots it over to you. Or well, slides
Thank
it
you.
over.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll just
Um,
push that onto Vogel because she's the one who knows how to.
She kind of starts tapping Henry. I don't feel so good. And then moves over to you and just vomits.
Feline-like reflexes to get out of the way, please. I'm just vomited on, aren't I?
Fitness plus security difficulty of 3.
Oh, difficult. Athletics as a focus.
Sure.
One singular. I'll use a momentum for this. There we go. Just to avoid giving you an extra threat.
You make it and just dodges. You just dodge out of the way. It just goes all over the floor. He's like, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. But I think you should get some rest, Lieutenant.
Let's go, Aurora. Come on. And he kind of helps her out of the. And she kind of comes up with the task like, girl can never hold her liquor.
Oh, she's just had a rather rough time of it, so I can't blame her. Here, let me give you a hand. Yes, Vogel's now got the drive. There you go.
Well, Lieutenant, what should we do with this?
Get rid of it.
I'm gonna delete the data.
How?
Basically by wiping the disk, the memory on it or whatever.
I know that. How?
Plug it into the tricorder.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Tricorder doesn't have the appropriate tool or means of reading it.
So what would is the question?
Can you just snap it in half?
You can attempt to snap it in half if you want.
You could just probably take any electronic device you have on you, get a short, and then just fry the electronics, and then that'll just burn it out.
Yeah, that's a good idea too.
You could have do that. Yeah, what I did.
Fry it with the power supply from the tricorder. Yeah.
Yep.
Daring engineering difficulty of 2, complication range 2.
Take a threat.
Difficulty 3.
Yeah. Here goes nothing. Ah, damn it. Nope, that has to stand.
Now snap it.
No, yeah. You take apart your tricorder and you attempt to short out the disk, and it fries your tricorder, and the disk remains intact.
Don't make them like they used to, apparently.
Whatever modifications they did to this is made to prevent tampering. Here, just smash it or something.
Oh, yes, give it here.
Oh, make the cation break things. I see how it is.
Hulk smash.
It's gonna be like fitness security, so
Yeah.
or something like that.
Fitness security difficulty of 2.
The good thing is Vogel ate all the threat for you.
Yep. Fitness security. Okay. Athletics.
No.
Hand-to-hand combat. That's a joke. Don't worry about it.
Taekwondo, kick it out of the air.
I mean, karate chop it.
Sorry,
I do
judo
have-
chop. This is Star Trek.
I do have a mean right hook. I'll just put it on the table and smash.
Break your hand. Worth it.
Yeah, I'll provide you with a singular threat. And
You're so generous. You get a momentum. And
feel you.
as the waitress is cleaning up and you're, doing all this and you break the data disk.
Like orders spewed off all over the desk.
Yeah.
science project, just an engineer and a scientist. You can't. This is a normal site. You can't tell what branch I'm in because we wear the same color.
But the work
Yellow
benches
is
are
just
for-
command.
No, I'm in red. Did I get put in yellow or did I get put in red because I introduced myself as security? I don't know what I got put in.
If you didn't introduce yourself as security, it's red.
There we go.
I guess red could also be engineering.
Yeah.
Red is
Yep.
engineering. It's operations. So
Yep.
Security and engineering. Yellow is con and command, and then science.
I'm in blue.
You didn't say,
Oy.
so he put you in yellow.
Oh, that works too.
Oh,
So,
yeah, never mind. It's a command officer and an engineer or an ops person.
yeah. After some time, and so on as you and the doctor are heading towards the captain's office, station commander's office, the captain is heading there as well. Laren, you are in the arboretum. You're enjoying your time sitting, in your uniform. And
Enjoy is a strong word.
yeah, well, I mean, just laid there, relaxing, feeling the breeze, and guy walks up to you. Is like, I've seen that uniform twice already today. Where are you getting that?
I've never seen this guy before because
No.
I didn't go over to the other ship.
From
Oh,
the
no,
other ship.
but
He's
I
the
helped with-
quartermaster.
No, but I helped Salon with all of his research, so I know that he's from their ship.
This
He's
is the
not.
quartermaster from the station.
Do not recognize him.
Oh, I thought that was the guy they were just talking to in the pub.
Nope.
Oh,
That's the
well,
guy
he
that was
looks
hitting on me hardcore earlier.
he looks exactly the same.
They
Wow.
are not.
All humans don't look the same, you know.
Yeah.
Not gonna bite on that one.
He just asked you.
No. I'm already facing court martial. I don't need HR on my ass too. Oh, I didn't go get civilian clothes.
Oopsie
Oh.
doodle.
I'll say, oh yeah, I've been meaning to come up to your office. I was supposed to come to you to get clothes, but it was just such a nice day out. I thought I'd take a moment to sit down and enjoy the afternoon.
Oh, I'm actually just off duty. That was Fritz that would have been helping with that, but I could show you up to the office if you want. Get that sorted out.
I'm trying to think, because although everything's been solved, I don't know everything's been solved, and now I'm getting put in a position where I'm going to a place where everybody knows to look for me. Yeah, I'll just say, sure, we can go to ops.
Yeah, it's right this way. And as he turns the corner, you vanish.
The love of his life vanishes.
Oh, whatever could have
Poor
been is
guy.
lost.
Diddly doo, diddly doo, diddly
As
doo.
he walks, turns around. What is going on here?
Guy can't catch a break.
I like to
He just
see
wants
that
to pick up a crewman.
So to say, I like to think that the timeline still gets screwed up because we just turned this guy into like some conspiracy theory nut.
He's the new Section 31. This is where it starts.
What's with all of these strange women in weird uniforms?
HR.
I'll tell you guys the kind of fun idea I had after the game wraps up.
Yeah. Oh no.
Okay. 1 second, guys.
$1 a second. It's fine.
Understood.
I came really close to blowing up the venture.
Tell them that.
The GM said it would change the timeline, so I was like, I'd better not do that.
You've
Because
already rubbed
remember,
the genie's lamp once.
from a couple of weeks ago, I overloaded that ship that was trying to draw power that was docked with this exact station.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I still knew how to do that.
Scene change.
That's what I was trying to do.
No, the momentum.
The security station.
Lieutenant, you're about to transport. Transport the away team from the plant. Transported the away team to their return from their adventure. From the venture. And they all appear
Looks
on
like
the pad.
we got everybody back. Everything looks clear, Captain.
All right. I want inventory of any of your items, everybody. And actually, are they in the uniforms they're supposed to be from the reset? They're not in the TOS.
They
No,
are
they
in
would
the
be. Never mind.
they are in the TOS uniforms, and there is a box sitting on the transporter pad.
The
So
Swan,
guys,
in the Swan,
they-
in- sorry,
Go ahead,
is
go ahead.
Swan in a uniform or in Vulcan civilian clothes?
You're in the TOS appropriate uniform, like the yellow shirt.
Yeah, y'all came back as you expected to come back 4 episodes ago.
Yeah. All right. I want a count of all your gear. Make sure you didn't leave anything behind. And I expect a report from all of you before next shift.
Captain, we need to speak immediately.
What's wrong, Sloan? Do we need to do another beam?
Slun is going to walk over to the captain so as he can find his cursor. And whisper in his ear.
I'll back
Someone-
off for like, whoa, why are you whispering at me?
And very low, just so the captain can hear it. Someone on the Tenshi attempted to violate the temporal directive.
Was it anyone on the away team, to your knowledge?
No, Captain. It was someone on the Tenshi while we were gone. I have reasonable suspicion of who, but no proof. We had to destroy the proof to repair the timeline.
Right. Very well, Commander. You and Stressa may begin your investigation. I expect a report sooner rather than later.
I actually remember all of the stuff that just happened.
Yes, you remember all of it.
Great.
Sarissa, I'm going to whisper to you
Yeah.
in chat there.
Thatton's so confused with all the whispering. Why is everyone being so secretive around here? What's going on?
Perhaps, Captain, can I speak to you in the hallway?
Come along, Doctor. Give everyone a scan. Make sure everyone's all right. I'll
Of
walk
course,
out into the
sir.
hallway.
All right, everyone, let's line up as usual.
Doctor, you scan everybody and they're fine.
One of
Understood.
them's a changeling.
You guys like my new sash? I was thinking about adding that as a accompaniment sometimes.
You don't have a sash.
Aw.
Captain, the change in the timeline involved when Bajor entered the Federation. I think
Oh.
whoever changed the timeline attempted to prevent the Cardassian occupation of Bajor. What they did instead was inadvertently double the casualties on Bajor and extend the war in the with the Dominion.
I understand your alarm, Commander, but we have several Bajorans who serve aboard, plus people who are sympathetic with the Bajoran cause. You're going to have to do an investigation before I'm willing to pull anyone in front of a court-martial or a disciplinary hearing. I can't just grab random people.
You can. It's frowned upon.
Ethically, he can't, put it that way.
I understand. Lieutenant Sarista will investigate. I just wanted you to be aware. And the alternate version of you would have just rounded people up.
I look forward to your report of this other timeline, and I'm sure we're going to get a nice long chat with temporal affairs and any time now. So please make sure everyone gives a detailed report. I don't want anything getting missed and having to answer that have us be brought before an inquiry by temporal affairs.
Understood, Captain. Should I have my away team's reports forwarded to them?
Well, forward it to me and I'll review them and then I'll forward them along. As per usual.
Yes, Captain. It is agreeable to see you alive and well.
Right. He shakes his head.
Alive.
It's good to see you as well, Commander. See yourself in a new uniform and get the investigation underway immediately. As soon as possible, I should say. Before. Would it be beneficial to your investigation to? No, actually, I was going to say I was going to suggest us stay station keeping, but that would alert that something's wrong. So I want this to be a discreet investigation. And we're going to maintain our normal movements once I give report.
Yes, Captain. You'll excuse me. I will deliver orders to Lieutenant Sarissa.
Carry on, Commander. And he'll shake his head and kind of start heading off to the bridge.
Slum will go back into the transporter room. Lieutenant Sarissa, you are ordered to open an investigation to the events. We all have our suspicions. But we must provide proof for the captain, determine exactly who it was that attempted to deliver that information to the past, then deliver the information to the captain. In the meantime, I suggest you monitor the whereabouts of our Bajoran crew members.
Yes, sir.
Without violating the personal rights, of course.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, I'm going to go get into a proper uniform. Is it in bad taste to keep this one now? Just leave it lying around. I feel like we've used it enough.
Halloween costume?
Perhaps temporal affairs will allow you to keep it as a souvenir.
With that, we will bring a close to the session for tonight.